Buenas. Aunque recién pues no sé que no hay nadie. Llamado. Voy a estar farmeando. No que sé. ¿Qué es esta vaina? Es malísimo, pero bien chistoso, así que por algo lo quiero farmear. Mientras reacciona un video.
Estados Unidos. Cada 2 años, los investigadores les hacían preguntas sobre su vida, como, si pudieras dejar de trabajar sin perder ingresos, ¿lo harías? ¿A qué te dedicarías? ¿Qué tan frecuentemente te sientes aislado? ¿Verdadero o falso? La vida es más sufrimiento que placer. Y otras preguntas sobre su matrimonio, profesión, amistades y su salud física y mental. Aunque el estudio comenzó con solo 724 participantes, con el tiempo también se incluyeron a sus esposas e hijos. ¿Cuántas personas en total han sido parte del estudio?
Entre 2.500 y 3.000 personas en total han participado.
Y conforme la tecnología mejora, también los métodos de recolección de datos.
Ahora sacamos sangre para el ADN. Y en 1938 el ADN ni se imaginaba. Medimos el ARN mensajero, la metilación del ADN. Traemos gente al laboratorio, los estresamos deliberadamente y vemos qué tan rápido se recuperan del estrés, viendo los cambios en su frecuencia cardíaca, por ejemplo, o el cortisol depositado en su cabello, porque parece ser una medida a largo plazo del cortisol circulante. Pero todos estos nuevos métodos sirven para estudiar el mismo gran fenómeno del bienestar humano.
Entonces, ¿qué nos dicen 85 años de investigación a lo largo de vidas enteras sobre una vida sana y feliz?
Hay dos enormes enseñanzas. Una, no es sorpresa. Cuidar de tu salud física tiene beneficios enormes. No solo en cuanto a longevidad, sino el tiempo que te mantendrá sano. Comer bien, ejercitarse regularmente, no abusar de drogas o alcohol, no fumar, atención médica preventiva. El ejercicio es extremadamente importante.
Un estudio taiwanés observó la información médica de 416,000 personas sanas entre 1996 y 2008. 8 años después hicieron un seguimiento a cada persona para analizar el vínculo entre el ejercicio y la mortalidad. Encontraron que la gente que se ejercita solo 15 minutos al día tienen un 14% menos de riesgo de morir y 3 años más de esperanza de vida. Cada 15 minutos adicionales de ejercicio disminuyen el riesgo de morir un 4% extra. Un amplio metaanálisis de 2008 confirma que la gente físicamente activa tiene menor riesgo de morir durante los periodos de tiempo investigados en cada estudio. El ejercicio también cuida de nuestra salud cognitiva. En un metaanálisis de 2014 se encontró que los participantes con mayores niveles de actividad física tenían un riesgo de 35% menor de deterioro cognitivo y un riesgo 14% menor de demencia.
Y el hallazgo más sorprendente, las relaciones no solo nos mantienen más felices, sino también...
Ay, ¿qué pongo? Voy a ver si reacciona otra cosa o juego otra cosa porque lo único que estoy haciendo es quedarme FK. Es que ni siquiera sé si juego su... No juego hace tiempo. Bueno, no juego la semana pasada. Minecraft puede ser. No, Minecraft no. Oso ya tal vez. Aunque no me da muchas ganas, pero bueno. No sé. He visto que tengo una zona con la... ¿Listo? Ah, No, bueno, no hay nada bueno de momento. Creo que va medio lagueado. No da igual. Creo que el mapa tiene cambio de velocidad. Se siente raro jugar así. Ahí me da la... Hay un mapazo que tengo. Que es bien difícil porque es así con cambio de velocidad. ¿Lo veo? No, no sé, creo que no igual. Ok, en seco, no me sé por qué. Ay, me doy cuenta que este no era el mapa. No, ahora vale esta cosa. Ah, me fue muy mal. 93. Encima estaba fácil el mapa. Pues eso no. Vamos a calentar esto. 22 millones. Bueno, seguí el farmeito. Ya, yo solo quiero que me aparezcan entre estos dos porque aumentar la velocidad es complicado. Cuesta bastante mejorarlo esto. Si me pide botas, drop bastante seguido, lo hago. Uy, 100.000. Nada, me está tocando. Ya, está bien que me toque entre estos dos. Porque aparte el aumento de velocidad no me aumenta nada. 8, 10, tampoco. Uy, justo 10. Gotas y velocidad. Ya me tocó velocidad otra vez. Drop 7. ¿Lo usado cuánto hace? 54K. Me da 380. Lol. Bueno, lo voy a dejar así un rato. Ay, 93. Podía ser mejor. Bueno. Igual hice. No es como acá, está bien. Ya este es difícil, este es complicadísimo. Ya me tocó aumentar la velocidad otra vez. 104.000. Es 135.000 y lo consigo. de la parte. Nah, es que esto se me hace imposible a mí, así. Y pensaba que tengo este mapa desde el 2020, creo. Bueno, o 2021. Y ni siquiera me lo paso porque está complicadísimo. Esto hay que expandirme bastante, ya. 20 millones más o menos. Siento que estoy mejorando, no supe. No la hago. No me acordaba que tenía mi velocidad. ¿Este tiene? Este tiene cambio de velocidad. Se nota por la canción. A ver, nomás feo. Se ve, nota que tiene cambio. No la hago. Uy, ok, ahí toca bastante fama. Tiene 9, ¿eh? Uy, es poquito, ¿eh? Creo que falta poco. Ya llega el velocidad. Ya velocidad. Dejo que queda. Déjate ver. Ah, tiene efecto. Ojo. ¿Este es BLM o no? No creo que vea. Creo que no estoy lejos. Me estoy cayendo a pedazos. No me olvidas, no lo juego casi nada. A ver si me lo pasa. Quiero pasarme. ¿Cómo se llama este mapa? X hace tiempo ya. Joder, madre. Ay, Dios. Me estoy viendo pedazos. Y esto. Ah, ya recuerdo. Esto era fácil, pero va a ver, me va a ver la llave acá. Ay, me dio. Espérate. Ay, ya hace un año. Uy, uy, falta poco. Yay. Nice plus 2. ¿Cuándo jugué esta cosa? No sé por qué lo tenía guardado. ¿Te imaginas que de la nada me voy con Fabián como lo hacemos? No sé qué hacer. Encima tengo el log de Telmont, así que para qué lo voy a jugar. Ay, estoy en el lugar. LOL, ¿qué hice? ¡Juego! Tampoco. que se activa esta cosa. What the fuck? Ah, no puedes cambiar. Oh, lol. Patrick. No creo. Ah, ok, entiendo. Bueno, ni siquiera iba a ser el pasillo que lo pesa. No sé. Una complicada, ¿no? Muchas cometidas por ahí. Ya de que un día. No, 10 minutos, 5 minutos se me viene eso. Si solo para ese bote está bien. Me conviene que parezca solo eso. Cuatro amigos. Ay, los mismos. ¿Otra vez? ¿Ya está? No, falta uno. What? Buen gotas. Cuídate. $121, falta poquísimo. Ay, velocidad, es lo último que me van a faltar, supongo. Sí, es lo último. Vale. Lo voy a dejar acá un rato entonces. Mientras juego. Tetris. $2480, qué abuso. 1400 dicen no por encima. Va. ¿Desde qué nivel te consideras, pero 1000? Supongo que 1000. Perú, México, Estados Unidos, países. ¿Qué bandera es? Estados Unidos, no sé. Estados Unidos, no sé. Existe. A ver, voy a ver una cosa. ¡Au! Me golpeé la pierna. Como iba mal, ¿ves? ¡Oh! ¡Oh! ¿Se puede? Es gratis, dime. Dime que es gratis. ¿Cómo se consigue? Amigo, es el ítem del año. Dime que no se acabó. Dime que no se acabó. Uno de 3 ítems. Se supone que es este. Mm, ¿Qué se tiene que hacer? 60. Necesitas otro ítem. ¿Cuál es the man face gift box? Nah, ya se acabó, creo. No veo. Ah, se paga. Qué abuso, fe. Se intentó. Se ve piola. If you do a quest. Es que no. Está medio raro. Funciona si das un quest. Tendrías que encontrar un botón, algo así. Man gift inbox. Man gift. Ah, pues es que ya obvio se acabó. $1500. Creo que ya fue. Se intentó. Falta poquito, falta 10.000, 14.000. Ay, cierto, porque me salí del juego, tenía para el multiplicador. Bueno, da igual. Y este puede ser el siguiente. Se ve piola. Y salió hace unos segundos. A ver qué juego. Ay. $16 de OPEX. ¿Cómo sucede?
Welcome to us. Click the circles.
¿Cómo lo pasó? me falta algo. Ay, Dios. Bueno. No pasa nada. Ay, cansa. ¿2006 en qué momento? Voy a saber si estoy haciendo.
I have all the characteristics of a human being. Flesh, blood, skin, hair. But not a single clear, identifiable emotion. Except for greed and disgust. Something horrible is happening inside of me, and I don't know why. My nightly bloodlust has overflowed into my days. I feel lethal, on the verge of frenzy. I think my mask of sanity is about to slip.
No, de nuevo.
I'm on a diet.
Ay, no sé, bueno, veloso.
Right. Very fit.
No, de nuevo, ¿cómo se hace?
You can always be thinner. Look better.
¿Sabes lo que pasa cuando estamos solos? Hoy me puse linda para verte y tú que estás con suerte. No quiero tequila, quiero ese y yo ni sé qué tiene. Hoy me puse linda para verte y tú que estás con suerte. No quiero tequila, quiero ese. Que no se acabe la noche, que dure un poco más. Quiero un shot de tus besos para poder recordar las malas decisiones y las que vamos a tomar. Lo que pasa entre nosotros ninguno lo va a hablar.
Velocidad.
Hace rato que no me sentía así. Solita bailando, pónganme otra rola. No te quito la mirada desde que te vi. Estoy imaginando el sabor de tu boca. Un error que se puede olvidar. Que no se acabe la noche, que dure un poco
¿Y
más.
esto?
Quiero un shot de tus besos para poder recordar las malas decisiones y las que vamos a tomar. Lo que pasa entre nosotros ninguno lo va a hablar. Sé que tienes mala fama, pero a mí también también me gusta el drama. No te hagas, que hemos pasado por ahí. Tú me conoces, yo te conozco. Con rayos X nos vimos todos. Sabes lo que pasa cuando estamos solos. Hoy me puse linda para verte y tú que estás con suerte. No quiero tequila, quiero ese. Y yo ni sé qué tiene. Hoy me puse linda para verte y tú que estás con suerte. No quiero tequila, quiero ese. Que no se acabe la noche, que dure un poco más. Quiero un shot de tus besos para poder recordar las malas decisiones y las que vamos a tomar. Lo que pasa entre nosotros ninguno lo va a hablar.
Nice.
¿Sabes lo que pasa?
Ahorita es un buen tema. No sé dónde lo conocí. Creo que era de Beats, así que sí. Uy, qué buena nota. Me cuesta más. My. Yo creo que esta parte que está muy en silencio es una de las cosas más desaprovechadas en los mapas de Finlandia. O de Asia en general. Porque tiene muy buen dios. Pero siempre le ponen pocas técnicas. Uy, es la versión larga. No, fue bien la última. Sí. ¿Cuánto bajé? ¿Cuánto subí, digo? No, velocidad, por favor, cámbiame gotas.
To load the gun, find an enemy, and watch him run. 1, you shoot. 2, you go. Over and over. Never say no. around. One, you shoot. Two, you go. Over and over. Never say no.
Ajá. Está feísimo, está malísimo el mapa. La canción está bastante ya, pero... que le pongan así. No, velocidad no te puedo.
Purpose is to load the gun.
Falta
Find an
poco.
enemy and watch him run. One, you shoot. Two,
Dios
you
mío,
go.
es que
Over and
papi.
over. Never say
No,
no.
que... Ya, ¿para cuándo son sus ideas? Son comunicadas. Siempre grabado. Igual fantasma. Cállate, ya, no, estoy vendiendo, sí, me vendí para el inodoro. Lo mejor, güey. Esta es la típica canción que le pones a un nivel de género igual en 2019 por ahí. Porque son muy parecidas, literal. Ay, qué bueno tema. Ay, Dios, esto demora bastante, oh. Qué flojera para mí hablo del aumento de velocidad, porque es lo que más cuesta, me conviene más el dedo, pero esto, pero bueno. Ey, el demon. Aunque está mejor el de... ¿Cómo se llama? El de Goodbye, el de... ¿Cómo se llama? Undyne. No, Undyne no. El del... Ya me olvidé, el boss del modo natural. El Bey de las profundidades. Ya no olvidé cómo se llamaba. Es que no acaba así. Nada, está feísimo el mapa. Está feísimo. ¿Eso qué? Esto dura bastante porque son 4 canciones. ¿8.000? Más velocidad. Esto feo. Bueno, voy a jugar este para al menos... Quedan 7 minutos. Bueno. Me voy a gastar. Todavía se van. Pues, has visto los insectos en la final de golpe. Oye, sí lo vi. Quiero farmear este huevo. No sabía por su cosa. Me quiero farmear este, pero es que se paga, pe. La cara sí lo vi, los UGCS. Oye, pero son de paga. Este se paga, se tiene que pagar un ítem antes. O el PI, ¿para qué? ¿Qué cosa veo? ¿Qué cosa? Esto. Uy, el farmito, ¿cierto? Gotas. Uy, creo que esta es. Dime qué es. ¿Qué cosa hay en bol? Uy, ¿esto? Toxic Dominos. Nah, pero ese spin, pues. Este está piola, pero nah. Es que se ve medio feito. Si no tuviera los cachos, tal vez. Este se ve feo, pero ya para tener. Pero es que ese spin, pues, no quiero farmear spins. ¿Qué más? Aumenta velocidad. Falta poquito. ¿Qué cosa, güey? No hay nada en Wellpay. ¿Acaso Wellpay farmeo GCs? Nada que ver. Mmm, 2500. Nah, es que. Eso verte, no me da ganas. Aparte hay gente que se dedica a farmear spins cuando no hay ninguna cosa ahí. ¿Cómo ahí?
Grandísimo.
¿La versión larga? Sí. Dale esta. Hace tiempo que no la juego. Demon. Pam, pam. Esto me recuerda cuando jugaba de Wii. Único bot. Obviamente. Mira todo. Vamos a sacar. Se quedó congelado el stream, mira que está creo. Ah, sí se quedó congelado, lol, le mao. Bueno, igual está bueno, pero. Falta poco. Voy a gastarme todo ya. Me coge gotas de OPEPS. Falta poco, Jean Paul. Mira, Jean Paul, falta poquito. Cada vez se acerca más. No se vio nada. ¿Ahorita se ve? ¿Se ve? ¿Se ve? ¿Se ve? Sí, sí, salieron bien fáciles, pero es que... A ver, pásame la imagen de uno. Es que acá yo no veo ninguno bueno. Este puede ser bueno, pero no sé. Pero es que, mira, este está fácil. Pero es que esto es pagar para el UGC y está buenísimo. Es buenísimo, ¿no? No lo niegues, hay uno. A ver, pasa. Pasa. A ver lo farmeo rápido. Después de este porque me falta poco. Pásame el link. No, del link del mapa. Del juego. Vea. Llamado. El. Huele un waffle este. No encuentro ninguno. No se fue UGC. Uy, este está bueno, ¿eh? Ah, no, pero ni siquiera es la Valkyrie. Ah, ya, ok. Jean Paul, falta poco. Última misión y consigo. Jean Paul, ya me falta acá. Ya me falta poco. Uno más. Un poco. Ya lo tengo, ya lo tengo. Lo conseguí, Jean Paul. Tengo el inodoro. El inodoro de Jean Paul. Veo, lemao. Oh my god. ¡Oh! No me lo creo. Estaba fácil, solo que bien aburrido. Pero igual se puede farmear porque nadie lo está haciendo. Oh my god. Está buenísimo. Busca Kung Fu Panda 4, ¿ok? Kung Fu Panda. Bueno, ya me salgo de este juego por fin. Bueno, a ver. Este es el. Ala. Oye, suben bastantes este. ¿No? Acá hay bastantes cosas que la gente dejó porque es antiguo. Eso está bueno, ¿eh? Uy, el Elegant Fideo también. Pues que aún. Me da miedo. Ya no quiero jugar. Este está bueno, ¿no? Bueno, depende de qué tan difícil es. Pues este sí está bueno. Hay gente jugando. Uno jugando. Es que no se fija. Aquí hay unos que se ven buenos. Este se ve bueno. Este también. ¿Se podrá conseguir ya? ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde está el UGC? No me digas que es una estafa. Bueno, igual nadie está jugando. ¿Se puede conseguir esto en este juego? Y el UGC de esta cosa ya fue, ya no quiero. A ver. A ver, quiero ver. Y este también. Este se ve buenísimo. Y encima es de un hobby. Más fácil. No, 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 no quiero farmear nada. ¡Uy! ¡Sí se puede! ¿Qué tengo que hacer? 10.000 monedas. No, me falta un huevo. En esto tengo que quedar AFK. ¿Lo hago o no? Nah, qué flojera. Esto ni siquiera se puede jugar. Este sí. Eso. No se puede. Este sí. 100.000 monedas. Qué flojera. Ni siquiera ganas monedas por estar AFK. Qué flojera. Eso puede dejar AFK toda una noche, supongo. Mm. Juegos con clic. Sí, sí tengo autoclicker acá. Mira, acá tengo. Oye, mi autoclicker. Ahí está. Tengo ahí mi autoclicker, pero es que ni siquiera. Es que no me da ganas de jugar juegos de farmeo. Son bien aburridos. Al igual que los de AFK, de. ¿Cómo se llama? De suerte. Son unas. Estoy buscando acá juegos en unos antiguos. Tiene que haber 5 gente. Ah, qué bloque. Nah, no. Ay, Dios. A ver acá. Alguno bueno. Nadie lo con. Aún falta gente para conseguir esta cosa, lol. Uy, el. Algunos se ven buenos, o sea. Alguien gritó afuera de mi casa, lol. Este no se puede conseguir. Ah, no, Naruto, wow, ¿qué es eso? La verdad no hay ninguno bueno. Acá menos, la verdad. Te quiero, pero no. ¿Qué farmeo hay en Ball? ¿Qué link? WhatsApp. Te vuelvo listo. Voy a retroceder. Voy a buscar 22. Yo qué sé. Acá pude ver algo bueno. Efectivamente, no. Uy. ¿Empezó el hunt? Bueno, me farmeo este huevo entonces. Sí. Mira, de hecho que hay un huevo que es Jump Click Divine Head. Me lo voy a farmear a ver. Ojalá el juego esté vacío. Más o menos vacío. Está más o menos vacío, está bien. A ver, check. Twitter, noticias UGC. Reclamar. El UGC. Dale like, juego en otro grupo. Like en otro grupo. Ya, maní. Patch 100 boyex. Me da 5 de level. No me digas que es eso. ¿Por qué tengo AutoCAD? Bueno, al menos es vago. Lol. No me... Kung Fu Panda 4 Obi. La cabeza de Kung Fu Panda. Ay, Dios, qué aburrido. ¿Qué tengo que hacer? Esto ya lo hice sin volver. La veo. Me aseguro me da tiempo para conseguir el huevo, pero igual que flojera. ¿En serio? ¿Qué me salió? Uy, 1000. 9%, nice. Ni siquiera puedo hablarte, ¿ves? El de 15%, por favor. ¡Oh! ¡Oh my god, legendario! ¡Oh my god! Más exagerado. ¿Funcionó? Ay, sí funcionó, menos mal. No aumentó nada. Estoy acá. Qué flojera quedarme AFK. Como un método de fuerza. Excepto please. ¿Cómo que Lucky? Ah. Cinco Royal Pets. Se va esto, ¿no? ¿Se puede tedeo en este juego? No. Mira, le mando tedeo al machetado, que es este, que supongo que es top mundial en la Navidad. En fin, no sé qué hacer, está aburrido el juego. La música menos está bien. Ay, Dios. ¿Cuál es el siguiente mapa que tengo que hacer? Pasarme la primera parte, supongo. Como ese tipo. Qué flojera. Déjalo así mejor. Yo tengo un sombrero ya de paja. Pero al menos, bueno, entonces me lo farmeo también. ¿Salió ya o...? ¿Cuánta gente puede conseguir el huevo? 1000. ¡Uy, 1000! Es poco, ¿ah? A la vez. Oye, what the fuck. Es muy poco, sí. Voy a ver los jugadores que tiene. Creo que sí me da porque estoy mejor que la mayoría que están en el servidor, pero... Ah, sí me da tiempo, sí me da tiempo, sí me da tiempo. Es poco, pero me da tiempo, me da tiempo. Sí, es poquísimo, pero... Tiempo hay. Porque solo 400 está haciendo. Está aburrido el juego. Oh, ¿está mi Skibidi? Oye, Paul, mira, está el Skibidi. Sí está. Mira, creo que en 40.000 o 50.000 y ya, pues, que farmeo muy poco. Tengo que ir, aparte de ir completando estos hacks, 100. Oye, acá había más ítems, no me di cuenta. Esta piola, 100 voides. Vortex de donde sea. Mundo de tundra. No me digas que es un mundo del espacio. No me sale nada. Es que aparte no tienen poder estas cosas. No te suben casi nada. 27 nomás. Oh. Acá vean el mapa de Tundra. Creo que en el espacio decían. Me doy cuenta que por un segundo tuve 2 espectadores. Lol. ¿Qué ves? Por un segundo tuve 2 espectadores. Me doy cuenta. ¿Nadie escribió aparte de mí? ¿De ti, Jean Paul? No, no. Lol. Cada día se me sube más el ego. Nada que ver. Salí volando. Sí, habrá de saber quién sería el otro. Igual se puede ver cuando terminas Steam, creo. Ya creo que sí, 50.000. Mira todo lo que avancé. $50.000 será o 40.000. Ay, bueno. Oye, ¿qué fue? Se movió el mouse y se puso como loco en la parte esta. Ah, más o menos. Falta bastante. Es el típico juego que te pide que te pases todo lo que hay. Igual voy avanzado que la mayoría de mis seguidores, así que espero que vaya bien. Porque mía, me pide Hats 100 boyes, Mew 5 boyel pets, Pet 5 level 30 pet, Legendary pets. Uy, acá tengo un Legendary pet, ¿no? Sí. Ya eso podía ir avanzando, pero... ¿Cuántos Legendary? Pet 5 level 30 Legendary. 5 nomás. Sí, va a estar fácil. El Legendary lo puedo hacer. Pero estos dos no sé qué hacer. Mems, ¿qué se va a tradear? O mejorar 5 Royal Pets. Royal Pets se ve las de mayo. Sí, al menos no tiene, eso te da cuenta. Sí, sí, eleva bastante. Huele una flojera farmear esto. Sí, fusionar. Ah, ok. Voy al pets. ¡Oh! Ah, ya entiendo, ya entiendo, ya entiendo, ya entiendo. Entonces lo único complicado serían los huevos. Porque si es fusionar, sería como los siguientes de una mascota dorada. Así que sí está fácil, solo me falta el huevo. Solo me falta farmear los huevos esos. ¿Cómo se llama? El Hatch 100 Boy X. Que ni siquiera sé en qué mapa están. ¿Llegó? Creo que llegó. A la miércoles. No creo que llegue. Faltaba poco. Oye, sí llego. Yo pensé que no. Sigo. De sobra. Nice. Primer mundo ya. Menos mal. Ya, siguiente mundo. Sí, igual. ¿Cuál sería muy bien? Igual hay mucha gente acá. Voy a ver mi celular ya, porque justo un tipo me llegó una notificación de un tipo que subió el video de este. No sé, tiene 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 14, 21. Oye, al tipo que estoy viendo el video es el primero que consiguió el huevo. Una Pepe. Oh, 100, ya está mejor. 100 está mejor. Ah, ya, Jean Paul, ya me doy cuenta. Es en el mundo. Es en el espacio. O sea, acá. 1, 2, 3. Millones. 3.000 millones. Nah. 50.000 voy. Ah, esto va a ser bastante. Tengo que llegar en el mundo 1, 2, 3. Sexto mundo. Acá está. Este es el mundo del espacio. Sí. No, me faltan 4. Porque lo único que necesito de ese mundo es el Void Egg. Después este lo puedo hacer babita y este también, pero me va a costar un poco más porque es legendario, pero me salió uno ya hace rato. Acá supongo que se había llegado a 200.000. Un épico. Pensé que era legendario. Ya. Tengo que mejorar la legendaria. Voy a fusionar estos. Ay, no tengo suficientes estrellas. Uy, qué bonitas las mascotas, ¿no? ¿Funciona? Sí. Mira, acá tengo dos, no, estos. ¿Sí? ¿O no? ¡Oh! Tengo un merch, ¿no? Sí, yo tengo... Ah, sí, sí, fácil, sí, fácil. Me farmeo del primer mundo y ya está. 5 level 30. Oye, con esto ya subo a nivel 31. Oye, sí está fácil, ¿ah? Lo malo son el nivel del espacio. Pero sí está fácil. Igual me voy a... Bueno. Está haciendo bastante rápido, creo. Creo que mi punto más que todo primordialmente va a ser llegar al espacio porque es lo más complicado de hecho. Y después me enfermé en las legendarias del primer mundo. Pam, 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 pam. ¿Llego al siguiente mundo? No, no llego. No llego, no llego. Igual está bien. ¿Cuánto sea? 500k. Sí, sí así es más fácil. Menos mal. Porque la legendaria no es tanto como estos juegos, porque en otros juegos le ponen 1%, acá al menos tiene 2-3%. Y aparte de lo del merge, está fácil. Pam, pam, pam. Ya ahorita farmeo más rápido encima. Voy a poner un video ya. ¿Qué pongo Jean Paul? Para ir viendo de paso. Bueno, igual tú estás en el esto. Voy a poner cualquier cosa. Ahí está. Un segundo. Hola.
Spy, it's Pauling. I need something done. Quietly.
I like my enemies like I like my wines. I let them breathe. For a moment.
Contract fulfilled. Nice work, Spy.
We got him.
Stand next to the bomb! Take your weapon. It's my authority. We've got to stop that!
la... No, yo no sé qué pasa.
Doctor! Some assistance, please!
Este me saltó.
Mission ends in 60 seconds. Mission ends in 30 seconds.
No warriors, mate! Poisonous wind.
Victor.
No, pues yo no estoy acá con el silencio. Va a ser un millón, creo.
Doctor!
The bomb is near the checkpoint.
Me pregunto cuántas horas tendrá Stripes. Porque si alguien así con 900 horas juega así, 900 horas con Spy, ¿cuánto tendrá Stripes? 10.000. Solo con el espía. Porque creo que una vez vi sus horas contadas, de esas horas que tienen en el TP2, y tenía como 30 y algo mil. Entonces, con Spy tendría 7.000, creo, 8.000. Uy, qué bueno. ¿Cómo no lo matan? Yo hago lo mismo y me disparan 20 veces seguidas. Me lo mató.
Medic! Quite a mess.
Sí, estoy muy bien, no me disculpo.
My ambition.
Mission ends in 60 seconds. Mission ends in 30 seconds.
¿Está bien?
Overtime. Victor.
Es que me ven todo. No, no, no,
One.
I am charged.
no.
Alert. The control point is being captured.
Doc, come on, man! Medic!
Our control point is being captured.
Visit your mother!
Yeah, thanks.
Finishing the holy war.
Overtime. Victory.
Do it again!
Esto es lo que ve.
Why do they...
Oh my god. Oh, I love the flog. It's actually so fun. It's actually so fun.
Let me walk forward. Let me walk forward. Let me walk forward. Let me... Just let it happen. Just let it happen. It was born to happen, okay? Just let it happen.
Look, I can't even lie. Day one went really well. We saw Bing Soy, my silver play button arrived, we picked up 4 godlikes, and, well, of course we had our fair share of funny epic fails. Hey Fracco, and then we hit him with this. Oh, I die. I don't win this at all. It's too heavy. I'm not going down that cliff, the easiest air blast of your life. This heavy is though.
Oh no, it's
I
heavy.
I knew it would happen. I literally called it. I'm so bad at this game.
Bye.
Did you just walk off? Oh, it's time for a massive dub. Never fucking mind. But look, overall, it was a good day. So to summarize, we hit 1,585 kills, which was 160 ahead of schedule, and I played for a total of 14 hours, meaning we were on track, and I'm sure that we would maintain this fantastic pace for the remainder of the challenge. Hello everyone, it's day 2. It just struck 9 AM and we're here. I only got like 7 hours of sleep, so I've got a bit of a headache and I feel a little bit shit, but I'm thinking I might stream today's day, maybe the next few days, who knows. I thought that to spice up the monotony of using the vlog for 12 hours a day, that maybe I could stream it at www.twitch.tv/lmaxo__ and have my mentally ill chat spam yell at me if I don't get a 10 kill streak on a given life. I didn't end up streaming until later that day, so we got some ground to cover before then. Things started off slow, like really slow. Like 4 out of 24 people on a server slow, which forced me to swap from Uncle Dane's servers over to, oh god, casual. We arrived on Upward and I had some reservations pretty much instantly. Now I'm a little scared to be on casual because random crits are going to ruin my day. Like melee swings from medics, that's not going to be fun. But whatever, we'll give it a go because that server's just too empty. I can't make pace with that. Now admittedly it wasn't too bad. The bots that were on were really awful for some reason, so they didn't cause too much trouble. Now look, I didn't have the best sleep of my life and my elite level gaming skills were still warming up, so I made a shameless plea to my team who recognized me from YouTube. You know, if you guys want to be in a video, one of you could pocket me, and it actually worked. I know, I'm sorry, but desperate times call for desperate measures. It's alright. Upward went really well. Tandura was of great assistance, and we were back on track. A few maps later, we actually received our very first hate message where someone called me a flog roach after melting all their hopes and aspirations. I'm honestly surprised it took over a day to get our first insult, but there was much more to come. Don't you worry. We picked up another godlike, we hit some fat kill streaks, and I actually realized I was making use of this really powerful strategy, which I coined the chase and bait, where you push in without any burn them to a crisp, act like you're low on health and must flee out of desperation, then turn around a corner and melt them when they push into you. Just over 3 hours into day 2's intense gaming session, we reached the next milestone, as at 12 PM, we officially hit 2,000 kills, aka we're 20% of the way there. You know, over 17 hours of playing and we're now 20% of the way there. What fun. Whilst playing on Frontier here though, one of my friends VAR, who was on the enemy team, actually devised quite an interesting strategy to help me out on my grind. You see, I was in a voice call with 2 of the medics pocketing me, so what VAR could do is sneak behind our team as scout and meet us at a hidden position where he would proceed to drink his bonk, making him invincible, and then allow our medics to use the Uber Saw to farm free charge off him. Now, was this immoral? Yes. It's basically the equivalent to teaming in Minecraft Hunger Games, but having a free Uber charge every time I want to go in, I mean, hey, that's pretty cool. After racking up 92 kills with this slightly questionable strategy, it was time for my government-mandated walk to ensure I didn't go clinically insane. Upon my return, the rest of day 2 actually went really smoothly. Investigator Sleepy taught me this super powerful tech where you can actually cancel the taunting voice line when you activate your flog by using any of your other voice lines, which just really helps with maintaining that element of surprise because your opponents won't get that sound cue and you can therefore catch them off guard. I also finally wrapped my head around that glitch where you can shoot flames through the spawn door if you get just the right angle, leading to this absolutely disgusting start to a round or Dust Bowl. We also got another 2 godlikes, bringing the total up to 6, and we found Bing Sui, who almost sent me into fucking cardiac arrest with the shenanigans he was pulling on Bomb Blitz. Oh, Jesus, Bing Sui! Oh my god, what the fuck? I did stream that night, but the only noteworthy things that happened were me getting trolled, like when I got telefragged, or when this huntsman sniper wrecked me, or when the servers I was playing on kept getting DDoSed. But overall, day 2 was actually really good. We finished off the day with 3,261 kills on my flog, meaning we were over 400 kills ahead of schedule. I spent another 14 hours playing that day and we reached a total of 6 godlikes. But unfortunately, this spree of success was about to come to an end. Now before we could suffer our way through day 3, I actually needed to make a slight addendum. See the name on my flog? Taxation Administration Act of 1953, and I'm referencing section 8HA. It's incorrect. I was DM'd by someone who plays on Uncle Topia, Callum Jones 2008, that this was actually the incorrect law of Australian legislation. So give me a second, I gotta get up the right legislation. So our relevant piece of statutory law is the Income Tax Assessment Act of 1997. Boom. So before we can start today, and I've already got a massive headache, but now we have the correct legislation on my flog that allows this to be a tax write-off. So thank you, Callum Jones 2008, for helping me there. Now I'm gonna play the fucking game, okay? Fuck you. So now that I wasn't breaking any of Australia's tax laws, I was ready to play some flog. And it started off, well, not very good. How much HP does the weapons guy have? I love casual, 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 I love casual. Oh, random crits, I love. He got two random crits in a row. That's not fair. That's not fair.
Yeah, todo el tiempo me hacen mini
You know, I've kind of just
críticos,
realized I'm
críticos.
early in day 3, right? But 2 kills off 1/3 the way there. I've done 1/3. I gotta do this 2 times again. Now I've been playing TF2 for like 26 hours at this point. That's like how long my sniper challenge took. That was like 30 hours, right? And I'm only 1/3 the way through. I think today it's setting in. It's definitely setting in. One thing that was interesting about day 3 was that even though I was performing objectively worse compared to the other days, I was getting more godlikes than usual. In the first 3 hours of the morning, I got 3 of them, but I was having a lot more low kill lives, which did mean progress was relatively slower to the previous days. As the day continued to progress, things started getting bad. Like, I was genuinely angry bad. Oh my god, this is actually hurting me now. I think one of the key factors driving me mad was the fact I could not swap off Pyro. If there was some sentry gun shutting me down over and over, I couldn't do anything and had to ask my team to swap for me. Wait, so I'm gonna direct tip turns back up. Please, 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 please. I can't swap off Pyro, so I can't do it. Please, please, please. I was also getting pretty damn sick of Air Blast at this point because it would absolutely shut down my Uber pushes. Air Blast is the worst mechanic in this fucking game. Now, I can't lie. Around the afternoon of day 3, I hit my absolute lowest of lows. It was a pretty dark period where after every time I died, I would instantly alt-tab to YouTube and start watching some video because I was not having it. I was seriously beyond tilted at this point, and the challenge was really starting to take its toll on my mental. I'm gonna even update. It's 3:35 PM. After every death, I've been alt-tabbing to watch a YouTube video. I'm just waiting till I can work out in 2 hours. That's my break. And I can have a shower. Feel refreshed. But yeah, no, right now, this is like actually painful. Just got really shit all of a sudden. I feel like I'm slightly starting to lose my mind. I did press forward though, as I still had 2 hours before my workout for that day. And yeah, my sadness and general state of confusion was palpable.
Me faltan 3 mapas. Falta poco.
I don't stay delirium. What's fucking happening? Like, I'm actually just like, my brain is melted. Pun not intended, but now I intend it. I fucking hate this. Can't die, thanks. Alright, here's a plan. We're about to Uber and we're all gonna push in at the same time, okay? Alright, ready? We need 6 is fine. We can do it with 6. We ready? Let's go, bro. Let's go. I'm gonna kill myself. But anyway, nighttime did eventually roll around, meaning it was time for the greatest streamer known to man to begin their broadcast. And it went just about as well as you'd probably expect. Can I? Chat for that one. I'm gonna fucking not kill myself. I'm gonna live a long and prosperous life. I'm gonna have 3 children. I'm gonna retire at age 60, build up a lot of wealth for my family, give them some intergenerational wealth, provide them with a good upbringing, and that's what I'm gonna do and live a long life. Snowy coast. Snow. I spilled water everywhere. Can we get a huge diggers for me spilling my water all over my desk? Harvest is shit. It's not a good map. It's not a good map. It's good in casual when you can just shit on shitters. So I know you like to farm strange kills on shit player. Chat made it a lot more bearable because at least there was someone there to laugh at me when I failed miserably, but overall, not the best day of flogging by any stretch of the imagination. We finished the day with 4,507 kills after playing for 12 hours, which wasn't even halfway yet. We did manage to pick up another 4 godlikes, bringing the total to 10, which was surprising given how god-awful the day had been. So there we had it. We were 3 days down, and tomorrow was going to be interesting because I learned about a little pothole that was coming up very shortly. Hello everyone, we're back. Day 4, and I have had a sad realization. Not sad, just a bit of a bump in the road, so to speak. Tomorrow is Father's Day, and yes, you can make a bunch of fatherless flog jokes. I get it, you know, you flog, you just don't have a dad, you don't have a father figure in your life. I get it, fair enough, I am a bad person. But no, I'm gonna lose half a day to Father's Day. At least half a day, if not more. That's not good for this challenge, as you might think. I've got to build up a surplus, and that's gonna actually make this really tough, because that's like 6 hours I'll probably spend. That's like 700, maybe 800 kills there. So I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to really grind out today, I think. We'll give it our best shot. I'll make sure to include videos of Father's Day though, that'll be nice. You guys can see what we got up to. That'll be pretty wholesome. But yeah. So I'm gonna have to actually really get the pace up. What are we at? Oh, we are or close to 1 million damage. God bless. So yeah, I was going to be losing at least something like 5 to 6 hours on Father's Day, so I had to start building up a surplus of kills now. I already had been playing a little extra each day up until this point because I wanted to have a safety net in case, well, in case something like Father's Day would happen to pop up. But no, today was going to be an absolute grind fest. It was around this time on day 4 that I was really starting to see how crucial my YouTuber buff was to the success of this challenge. I don't think this challenge would be possible if I didn't have the YouTuber buff, to be honest. There was even a funny moment on Dust Bowl where someone pointed out, oh, Max has pocket medic, has a pocket medic. But no, seriously, I would be nowhere near as effective if it weren't for all the people who are absolutely dedicated to helping me get through this challenge, and I will talk a little bit later about the lengths to which some gamers went to help me. The morning was going really smoothly, and before we knew it, we hit a major milestone. Phlogiston hit 5,000! We hit 5,000! We're halfway! We're halfway! Holy shit, 5k! Okay, now I gotta reset and start again. It was good that we had this slight surplus building up, but I definitely needed more for Father's Day if I wanted any hope of finishing this challenge successfully. The biggest thing I realized on day 4 had to be the importance of movement when using the flog, and specifically surfing projectiles, because oh boy, is it powerful. For those who don't know, if you time a jump well enough, you can actually use the rockets and stickies your enemies are firing at you to launch yourself forward. This is known as surfing, and it's really common on classes like Medic because it's great as an escape tool, but I was more and more realizing how powerful this was on Pyro. I wasn't using the detonator for this challenge, so at times I found it hard to catch up to my opponents. God damn, the surfing projectiles helping out in this department. It does take some practice to wrap your head around, but it can really work in your favor. So we kept on progressing, and I would like to say that at this point of the challenge, it developed quite the reputation on the Australian Uncletopia servers. Now yes, a lot of people recognize me as a YouTuber, but basically everyone playing was starting to catch on to the fact I was only using the flog and constantly had like 3 medics glued to my ass. So when I created a community post on YouTube letting people know that I had a video in the works, I actually received quite an interesting comment. Fuck you, my name was Ultraviolent Autism, I remember versing them, and you ruined my day with this shit. Love your videos, but God, I have 1 day off a week and not long to play TF2. And you completely killed all fun I could have had with you and your squad shot and your pocket medic. The people in Uncletopia were also constantly asking how far I had progressed, and a lot of people were worried for my mental health. Feeling burnt out? No. Why would I feel burnt out about like 46 hours of flog? No. But the most interesting thing to emerge was this little dedicated group of players who were absolutely committed to helping me through this challenge. And I would like to introduce you to one of them now. This is Forjaff. If I had to estimate, I'd probably say this guy was in 60% of the games I was playing, and when he was on my team, he would of course play medic, pocket me, but this guy was so dedicated that when he ended up on the enemy team, he would play bonk scout, flank behind my team, and seek me out to give me a free kill. This was some crazy dedication. So thank you Forjaff, and there were a few more players like this who we'll meet in later days. Now the remainder of day 4 went quite well. I mean, we picked up a record 5 godlikes in 1 day and ended things off with 6,259 kills. Now this was pretty good. I needed to have at least 5,712 kills to be on schedule, but remember, we were gonna lose half a day tomorrow for Father's Day. I ran the numbers and we had a surplus of 547 kills, which equated to roughly 4 to 4.5 hours of flogging, but we were losing at least 6 hours tomorrow, meaning we were actually a little behind on time. Nothing drastic, but not an ideal position to be in. So with that in mind, I went to bed in preparation for Father's Day. Well, good morning everyone. It is officially Father's Day, and I got like 6 hours of sleep last night. I don't even know why. I went to bed late like an idiot, so I'm feeling not amazing right now, but I have 1 hour. 1 hour before my brothers get here and we cook my dad brunch. So I gotta make the most of this. I gotta grind a bit out here before my family gets here. So harvest is actually really good for spawn camping if you didn't know. It's pretty funny. The one thing I will say at this point is that the challenge is a little less fun. It's a little more troll. I'm not having a great time like I was on days 1 and 2. Yesterday was kinda okay, but I'm on 6 hours sleep. And I'm kind of getting a little stressed if I can do this in time. So, you know, it's getting to the troll part of the video. The troll part where I lose my mind in delusion. I think we can still get it. I think we should be fine. I will say, the Uncletopia Australian community, Dane, if you're watching, you've done a bloody good job at these servers because they have solidified the Australian community a lot.
I was really starting to love the Uncle Topia community more and more at this point, and I was starting to feel kind of bad about what I was doing, but I think they understood why. We did also manage to squeeze in not only another godlike before my family arrived, but a record 29 kill streak on my favorite map. But anyway, the clock struck 10 AM, meaning my family was over, and it was time to spend some quality time with my father. Me and my brothers cooked up a storm, and by that I mean I did all the easy stuff like washing vegetables and cutting bread because I'm inept. But no, it was lovely. We were all happy. I definitely didn't want to be doing the challenge, which it felt like I was gonna fail. No, look, it's Mackie, my dog. We love Mackie. We love flogging. I love pyro. No, sorry. Look, it's my dad. He got some new wine from my brother as a gift, and it kind of looks like the blood of my enemies. Oh, God, no, sorry, I can't do this. I need to go. I need to flog. I have to flog.
No,
Hello, everyone. It's 4:37 PM. I've had almost 6 hours for Father's Day, and if I do my math correctly, I'm in a 720 kill deficit, so I think I'm back behind schedule on this challenge, which means we're gonna have to pick up the pace, so to speak. I did have a really good time with my dad. I probably showed all the stuff, the nice lunch we had and preparing it. It was great. But you know what isn't great? This challenge. We've got to finish it. We're at 6416. We're almost 2/3 of the way through, and we've got tonight, tomorrow, and the day after. And I don't know. I'm confident. We have lost a considerable amount of time, but I think we'll be good. I think we'll be good. He's trying to be me so bad, you know? He's trying to use the flog like cool guy old Maxo, but he's just not as cool as me, let's just admit it. I haven't mentioned it much up until this point, but you know how a lot of people hate the flog? Well, I think more people actually hate my secondary option, the scorch shot, more, and I started to realize why. Take a look at this clip where I get 3 kills in 20 seconds by spamming the exact same spot. I personally have never hated the weapon that much, but this far into the challenge and the fact I had like 300 kills on it made me realize why some people weren't the biggest fan of it. The day kept progressing, we got some very wholesome messages from unimpressed enemy gamers, and before I knew it, we hit a very fitting milestone. Oh, but I just hit 6 kills, 2/3. Yay! That's huge. Yay! Not only did this signify 2/3 of the challenge done, but 6,666. I mean, come on, using the flog for this long is some satanic activity. I booted up the stream for the night, and we actually had special guest Uncle Dane appear whilst I was debating my chat on whether or not labeling Nazi Germany as imperial was valid. And by the way, it definitely is. Do you guys know? Yeah. Hey, look at this list of empire. Oh, look at this list of empires. Yeah, Imperial. What is wrong with chat? Are you stupid? Are you actually trying to correct me on saying Imperial Germany? The country that tried to take over Europe, you said L. Wow, 20 IQ chat. Uncle... Hi, Uncle Dane. We're currently discussing whether Nazi Germany can be considered imperial. Thanks for stopping by, I didn't even notice the follow. Even Uncle Dane agreed with it, so the fuck you, chat. Anyway, we picked up another 2 godlikes. I got absolutely destroyed when I tried to time a beat drop with me popping off with the flog. Come shock. Hit it! Hit it! And we witnessed a telefrag atrocity. All in all, we finished off the day with 7,133 kills, which was a couple hundred kills behind schedule, but I wasn't too stressed. We also had reached a total of 18 godlikes, and I don't want to jinx myself or anything, but I was starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Now, day 6 started awkwardly because my dumbass recorded my second monitor instead of my main monitor, where I had File Explorer open instead of TF2. Did you see how many rockets were fired? Imagine if I had air blast, what I could do there. But I realized after like half an hour that I recorded nothing. I had a really good round. I got 50 kills on Godlike, but we won't be seeing that unfortunately because some doofus recorded the wrong fucking monitor. What I will say though is this is day 6, right? And you know, day 3 and 4 is kind of a slump, but now that I'm kind of like, feels like we're over the apex of the mountain, you know, we're on the slide down. I can see the end now. So I feel a little more re-energized. I mean, I probably won't feel as energized later in the day when I'm just flogging, but no, I'm pretty confident we're gonna hit this. It's been a wild 65 full days so far of just flogging. Gonna keep it real. Unfortunately, there was this notorious cheater who has like 13,000 hours and a minigun with over 1 million kills who decided to ruin everyone's fun. So I swapped over to Uncle Topia, but it was a Monday morning and only 7 people were there. But then I realized something. For those who watched my last challenge video, you'll know that to complete the 1000 body shots, I played on one particular server. One that could fill up to 32 people and was full at every hour of the day because it was just that baller. So at 10 AM on that morning, an idea sprung to mind. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to reintroduce to you the 32-player instant respawn Ski Owl 2-Fort server.
No.
And yeah, I know it's pronounced Skyle, but Ski Owl just sounds 20 times funnier, so it sucked in. But no, I thought it would be nice to take a walk down memory lane and pay homage to the server which facilitated my last challenge video. I tried to join it, but it was actually full, so I put auto retry on, and soon enough, I haven't been here in a minute. I thought, given I'm doing a new challenge, I thought I should come back and pay homage to my favorite server. Now look, I found out pretty quickly that with the instant respawn and the increased number of players, that this was gonna get me kills pretty damn fast. And even after this realization, I still had to resort to some pretty desperate measures. Yo, can I use my cloud to get a medic, please? Can I get a permanent medic, please? I need a medic. After getting dono walled into oblivion, I did get some pocket medics and was progressing at an ungodly rate, which was feeling a little too unfair for the challenge. I think I got something like 100 kills in 30 minutes, which, yeah, it seemed too fast. Paired with the fact voice chat was going crazy non-stop and stuff like, well, this. What the fuck? I just realized, what the fuck is this? What is this shit? What are these NGs doing? What? I knew I had to part ways from Ski Owl, my beloved. Oh, that server like actually gave me a headache. But it was too quick. It was undermining the challenge. It was too quick. So I only got 100 kills on that server in like 20 minutes. So we won't pay attention to that. Back to Uncle Topia. I think it's full enough to play the game now, so that's good. So at this point, you know what the drill is. I'm trying to get 10,000 kills, and there's only one way of doing that. We ended up on King of the Hill Cascade, where the stomping continued. Like that play, I just got 10 kills in like 20 seconds, and it doesn't even feel good. It's barely triggering a dopamine response in my brain. Like, my brain's fried. It's mush. Like, my dopamine receptors had been absolutely fried, and we were spawn camping so hard that Bing Soy himself swapped to one of his less common picks, the engineer, and set up a level 3 sentry at his spawn so I couldn't keep farming the enemy team. Oh, it's Bing Soy doing it! Oh my god. Bing Soy's sick of my shit. He's the one who set up a level 3 to fuck with me. Bing Soy, you rascals. Trying to stop me from spawn camping? My god. Now, you know how I mentioned earlier that there were some super dedicated people helping me out throughout this challenge? Well, let's meet the second member of this secret club. Meet Ducky. He'd been playing alongside me a lot, and he was even there at the very beginning on that first map of Dust Bowl. Now, he had been pocketing me quite a bit here and there, but when we swapped over to Pier, he let me know something quite interesting. Wait, surely you had a reason for skipping school, right?
This is my reason.
I cannot endorse that at all. No way. Ducky, no.
No, it's okay. I'll do some work later when you're streaming. I'll just watch your stream.
Okay, you better promise to. That's right, Ducky skipped a fucking day of school to pocket medic me, and holy shit is that simultaneously the dumbest and most baller play you could ever pull, so God bless Ducky. We soldiered on and hit the penultimate rank for a strange weapon, Australian, which actually got me thinking, what does the Australian rank mean? What is it? Seems like a pretty arbitrary number. Is it 7620? What's that mean? I have no idea why this rank is called Australian and why it occurs at 7,616 kills, so I'm gonna hand it over to you guys, because I don't know if there's some lore about that or if it means something, because I'm too lazy, so thank you. Now, I did end up streaming on day 6, but to be honest with you, it was basically karaoke with chat's music suggestions. Okay, let me see what these tracks are. We're taking song requests. Chat decide, WRL. Oh, it's literally a big banger, you're right. It's literally a big bang! And fucking Franz J, of all people, managed to appear in chat. 1 week, wait, yeah, can you spam that? Can you spam that when it hits Hail's Own? The most notable achievement of that night, besides my beautiful singing of course, was hitting Hail's Own with 8,500 kills, meaning we were 85% done. Oh fucking hell. Oh, this is it! 1 week wasted! 1 week was Hail's Own! It's Hail's Own! I did play a little longer after hitting that milestone, but for the most part, that was about it. We had 1 day remaining in the challenge and just under 1,500 kills to get. And assuming nothing were to go wrong tomorrow, I think we had a good chance of succeeding with this challenge. But come on, this is the El Maxo channel. You just know something has to go wrong tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is day 7. This is the final day. Well, technically not actually. I think I can play till 9 a.m. to 9:16 a.m. tomorrow. I think that's when we started. But this is it. This is the last stretch. Last night on stream with Franz J in chat of all people, we hit Hail Zone 8,500. But we're not finishing there. We have 1,500 more kills to get. And I'm not stopping till we hit it today. We're gonna see if there's literally any servers. Are there any servers? Zero. Okay, this is where it's not fun. I'm gonna keep casual, but casual sucks. Yeah, it's been a wild challenge so far. I feel like my brain is fucking melted. The score chart is at 559 kills too. I want to get 10,000 clean on the flog, but technically I'm at 9,000. But now eyes are at 15,639, and we've hit 73,000 plays. That means I've heard ding, 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 ding of my hit sound 73,000 times. But no, we're almost there. This is the last day. I'm excited because I don't want to play Flog Pyro 14 hours a day. I've kind of had enough of that. If I'm gonna be honest, let's go. Let's go. Look at all that enthusiasm in El Maxo. He had the last 1,500 to get, he was determined, he wanted to get on with his life, but unfortunately, he was going to run into some issues almost immediately. Retrieving server info. Sending. Okay, thank you. Didn't crash this time. What is happening? Huh? So yeah, it seemed Gaben wasn't really happy with me for undertaking this challenge and was determined to not let me play the game. Now your intuition may say, El Maxo just verified the game cache, moron. But every time I do that, I swear it fucks with my config. It means my graphics look different, so rather than trying to join a casual server, I tried a community one instead. And hey, it worked, duh. The only problem was, it was morning, and every server was literally empty. At first I was like, alright, we'll just wait for it to fill up, but after like 10 minutes I bit the bullet and verified my game cache, and luckily there were no issues, so I could now play casual. Now look, this wasn't the biggest hurdle to get over, but the fact it happened kind of felt like a bad omen for the remainder of day 7. So we joined Barn Blitz, and it was pretty rubbish. We got shit stomped, and not much happened. Then we moved over to Snowy Coast, where again, it was just pure pain. I really wasn't liking this start to the day because it felt as though the worst was yet to come, and I definitely wasn't a happy chappy. Can I get healed? Oh, dude, I'm actually done with the flog. I'm not gonna lie. As soon as the challenge is done, I'm not playing TF2 for like 2 weeks. I don't care. After this, my brain has melted so much. I just don't want to play. Like, this is actually painful right now. That one shot. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. That's so good. Now, the final member of the super dedicated to me succeeding this challenge party was Callum Jones 2008, who you may recognize from earlier in this video, as he was the guy who went through Australia's federal laws to correct me on using the wrong tax code. As you can see by his Medigun's name, he was dedicating himself to healing me today, and he was also just around a lot for the challenge, so God bless his soul. But look, we stayed at it. We had a few more goofs. What's he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing?
Alright, next turn around, right the drip.
Oh, my
We're gonna win anyway, so.
Yep.
Live trip rating.
Nice trip, dude. We hit over 100 hours in the past 2 weeks on Steam, which I don't think I have accomplished since I was 14. And I also promised to feature someone in this video because...
Kick this guy.
I literally already opened it up.
Wait.
You want to be in the video? Congratulations, pet goat. You made it. Actually leveraging my clout for bad. But before I knew it, and by that I mean after like 8 hours of grinding, we had hit 9,500 kills. Now that sounds like a pretty arbitrary number, right? Well, wrong. You see, I made a promise to myself that on tonight's stream, I wanted to get 500 kills because it was the perfect amount for a 4-hour show, filled with lots of entertainment and fun. And what I actually mean by that is I made the stupid decision of wanting to get drunk on stream as I finished the final leg of this challenge because funny. So at around 8 PM of that day, the true finale began. I can't even lie, it was super hype with how many people were in chat, and so I began my grueling journey for the last 500 kills. Things kicked off pretty well. I mean, because I was streaming this and had over 200 people watching, it meant I had an even bigger supply of stream sniping medics, meaning we came out the gate swinging. Now, you may have noticed, but another one of my preparations for the event was shaving my head. I no longer had my luscious locks, and chat seemed to really like this because they were harassing me at every step of the way whilst I was grinding. My dog is sick right now, and your streams have not helped me whatsoever, you bald fuck. And God, don't even get me started on the people chat said I look like. There was Hopper from Stranger Things, Seth Everman, Andrew Tate, and basically every bald character from the Breaking Bad universe. Even the Will, who I thought was supposed to be this wholesome TF2 content creator, was taking shots at my bald ass too. Are you actually fucking serious? Are you serious though? In spite of being verbally abused by chat, progress was decent. However, it was starting to slow down a bit because, let's just say the alcohol being consumed was starting to catch up with me. And look, one thing leads to another, and before we knew it, we had a white boy dancing on stream who could barely maintain his balance. Do you guys know what getting sturdy is? Wait, chat, do you know what getting sturdy is?
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man.
So, yeah, progress was starting to slow down at this point in the stream. I checked at one point and saw I had just over 9,800 kills, meaning I was about an hour behind schedule of where I wanted to be. Now, despite being a little tipsy, I did manage to realize that I needed to pick up the pace and got more serious. Now, whilst things started to pick up once again, I did drunkenly identify my new next enemy. Med? Surely the med dies. He's using the vax. He's using the vax. He's using the vax. He's using the vax. What do we do? My crit fire particles do 3 damage. What am I supposed to do against that? This burst of rage against the vaccinator culminated in, well, whatever this was. Oh, the One sec, sorry. The vaccinator is being used. But anyway, despite all the setbacks and the fact I was taking way longer than I thought I would, we continued to check off milestone after milestone. And before I knew it, we had arrived at CP Dust Bowl, the map where this challenge began 7 days ago. First there were 10 kills left, then there were 5, then there were 2, and then just 1. Now the funny thing about this final kill was that the entire enemy team, who consisted of stream snipers, thought, no, we're not actually leaving spawn, so you can't get your last kill. They're staying in spawn! They're staying in They're staying in spawn! But alas, one brave mercenary marched out of spawn just before midnight on the 7th of September and made history. No, it can't be like this! It can't be like this!
De la nada salía.
It's 10,000! They tried to stay in spawn! It was 10,000! I was here! We actually did it. We hit 10,000 kills on the flog in under 7 days. I was absolutely ecstatic about this because I had quite literally done nothing but play Flog Pyro for at least 12 hours a day for the last week, so I was beyond ready to start celebrating. And that's exactly what we did. We brought my dog Mackie on stream, I swapped a medic to heal the people who had been pocketing me, there was more drinking, quite a bit more drinking, more white boys dancing, some planking for a bit there, and even some gambling, which didn't end very well. But look, before we can end the video, we gotta take a look back at all the stats and have a bit of a reflection. It officially took 82 hours of in-game time to finish this challenge, but what I found really interesting was how much my hours on Pyro had gone up specifically. I started this challenge with just over 77 hours on Pyro and ended it with 122, which only equated to an increase of 45 hours, which surprised me a lot. I'm not exactly sure what counts as 1 hour of class gameplay to the TF2 stats, like if warm-up time counts or after the round ends, but that means almost half of my time was spent dead or swapping maps, which is kind of crazy to think about. We did of course hit 10,000 kills on the flog, but what was interesting was the amount of critical kills, which made up just under 45% of the total amount I got. We also dealt over 2.2 million damage, which is just insane to think of. Next was the Scorch Shot, which actually picked up 625 kills and also hit players 83,274 times. That means I heard the ding, ding, ding of my hit sound engulfing people in flames over 83,000 times, which is quite a few. We also managed to get 31 kills on my Power Jack, which is just hilarious to juxtapose against the 10,000 on my Flog. We also reached a total of 18,344 points on my Googly Eyes, which is 3,000 above the top rank. And finally, we also managed to get exactly 20 godlike kill streaks. I'd also like to thank everyone who helped me with this challenge whilst I was playing on Uncletopia. I looked through all the footage and got a list of all the names of the people who pocketed me, and I'm going to put that on screen now, so a massive thanks to all of you. And whilst I am thanking some people, I would also like to apologise to the greater Australian Uncletopia community for ruining everyone's experience experience for 7 days, but I hope it was worth it for this video. Thank you if you've managed to make it all the way to the end here. This was my most mentally draining project to date, but I am so happy it finally came together. I would like to take this opportunity to shout out my Patreon, which makes stuff like this possible, so if you want to support the channel, that's the best way of doing it. Challenge videos are super fun, and if you have any dumbass ideas you want me to try out next, then leave them in the comments. Thank you again for watching, and just as I said in my 1000 body shot video, the next challenge we do will be even harder. Let that be known.
Big video. De cine. Estuvo bueno.
Unfortunately for
Este
him,
no, este no, este dura demasiado. A ver, que veo una parte y bien, ponle 100 días como spy.
Let's do it!
La mejor clase, ¿verdad? No
well,
way.
this is it. This is what everything has led to. I got myself behind them, I fooled them with my disguise, and now I'm perfectly positioned for the play of my life. There's 5 of them up ahead, all running away, not suspecting a single thing to happen. This is exactly what I've trained for. It's showtime.
No me digas que se me va de caída. No me digas que pasó eso realmente.
Oh. This is Spy. Or at least was Spy. Unfortunately for him, he is by far the weakest class in all of TF2, and if I'm going to be honest with you, there isn't really much of a competition here. Even though he can go invisible, disguise his enemies, and instantly kill anyone he wants with a backstab, people have sort of caught on to his whole assassin shtick over the years and know how to counter him. It's common knowledge at this point to turn around every so often so he doesn't sneak up on you, you know you gotta spy check every crevice of the map, and for the love of God, you know you shouldn't carelessly follow him up a flight of stairs unless you want to end up in his subpar frag. But look, even if he is the weakest class in the game, he still does have the potential to absolutely shut down servers if you play your cards right. With things like trick stab, strafing, good positioning, and situational awareness, Spy can become a very formidable opponent. But unfortunately for me, I can't really do any of that stuff.
You suck.
Even though I have 4,000 hours in this game, I've never really been able to pull off those flashy trick stabs and big brain outplays that all the cool Spy mains can. It takes such a big time investment to learn all the intricacies of Spy's kit, and up until this point in my TF2 career, I'd never really given it much attention, but I wanted to change that. And if you're a long-time viewer of the Omaxo channel here, you'd know that I'm pretty mentally ill when it comes to challenging myself in this 15-year-old video game, so I actually developed a bit of an idea on how I could make my process of becoming the most elite level Spy main a little more interesting. And so, like any normal person would, I decided on the 12th of December 2022 that I was going to dedicate the next 100 days to improving at Spy, and oh boy, was this going to be quite the journey. There were going to be some absolutely insane highs, some equally crushing lows, and god, a whole lot of backstabbing. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my 100 Days of Spy challenge. Before we dive head on into things, there are some parameters I want to implement around this 100-day challenge, because admittedly, it is a little vague. Theoretically, I could just load into a game filled with bots, select Spy for a moment, hit one singular backstab, and do that for over 3 months straight, which probably wouldn't make for the most captivating story. So, there are 2 basic guidelines I have established to make sure I become the most elite level Spy player possible over the next 100 days. Number 1, my hours on Spy have to increase from 80 to 280 by the end of 100 days. Any talented mathematicians in the audience will know that equates to at least 2 hours of Spy gameplay every day for the next 100 days. I figure this is a pretty reasonable amount of time to run with because it's not some insane time commitment that will have me ripping my hair out after a week, but it's also not too little to the point where I won't become an absolute gamer god by the end of 100 days. We can measure this stat using the in-game tracker, which you can access through your loadout, and this makes it really convenient to know if we're on target or not. Now, the second guideline I have to accomplish is getting at least 1,000 kills on every Spy weapon, and when I say every weapon, I mean every weapon. Now, of course, this doesn't include the Invis Watchers or the Sappers, but when it comes to all of Spy's knives and revolvers, I will have at the very least 1,000 kills on each of them once 100 days is up. This will allow me to explore all of Spy's gameplay variety to its fullest, meaning I should emerge from this challenge with a pretty damn comprehensive understanding of how each unlock functions and what scenarios they work best in. This does mean I'll need to get 1,000 kills on the Enforcer at some point, which I'm sure will be an absolute joy to accomplish, but hey, it gives me some sub-goals to progress through as the days pass in this challenge, so hopefully I find that fulfilling in some way. Now, if you don't play much TF2, this meant I was going to have to buy a strange version for all of Spy's weapon, which is a type of item in TF2 that automatically tracks your kills. This does cost a little bit of extra cash, especially when you're a dumbass like me who needs to have a professional kill streak kit on everything, but hey, just like my $500 flog from my 10,000 kills video, we can probably claim this as a tax write-off too. Now, before we get ahead of ourselves, I probably should address the slight elephant in the room. This video, yeah, it's pretty damn long because there's actually a whole lot of interesting stuff to talk about here. But you don't need to worry. I don't expect anyone to finish this video in one sitting because I have broken it up into 10 distinct segments, which means you are free to leave and come back to the video as you please. I hope this means for the next week of your life, I can be your choice of YouTuber when you sit down to eat a meal, and if that's the case, I'm truly honored. I know the length might seem a little daunting, but trust me, I've spent a lot of time making this video as accessible as possible for your viewing entertainment. So, with all of that out the way, it's time we officially begin 100 Days of Spy. I suppose the most logical place to start with the 100-Day Spy Challenge is to, well, give you a rundown on how Spy actually works, because this conniving Frenchman has some pretty complex mechanics that probably don't make a lot of sense to someone who hasn't played the game before, so it's time we take a quick class in Spyology 101. Compared to every other class in TF2, Spy has a really unique playstyle, and if I had to boil it down to one word, it would be Disruptor. This might sound a bit weird, but when you take a look at the different tools he has in his loadout, I think it'll make more sense. Up first, we have the revolver, and this is by far the most normal weapon Spy has available to him. It has 6 bullets in the chamber, it deals a surprisingly good amount of damage at mid to close ranges, and it can be a good final resort to swap to if you ever find yourself in a sticky situation. A lot of Spy players neglect just how powerful this thing is and how useful it can be in certain situations, but I knew I wasn't going to be one of them, and I was fully aware of its potential going into the challenge. It's safe, it's reliable, it's the revolver. Next up, we have the knife. This is the weapon which all of Spy's gameplay centers around, because if we swing this thing at someone, it deals, a very underwhelming 40 damage. That's actually kind of boring. But if we happen to stab someone from behind, well, we can instantly kill any class in the game without fail. This is what makes Spy such a formidable opponent, as you can completely turn the tide in your team's favor with one well-timed backstab on an important enemy player. Backstabs is what makes Spy such an enticing class to play, and it's easily the most important mechanic to wrap your head around because all of your utility centers around it. The third tool in Spy's kit is where things start to get really interesting, as we have the Invis Watch. This is what allows Spy to actually get into a position where he can pull a backstab off, as by right-clicking, we are granted with 10 seconds of full invisibility. This allows us to flank behind the enemy team and make quick escapes in a pinch, making it absolutely essential to Spy's playstyle. Without it, we'd be stuck metaphorically slamming our head against a brick wall over and over as we try to slip past the entire enemy team without them noticing, which, yeah, doesn't work very well. So the Invis Watch is absolutely vital here. The fourth tool in Spy's kit is the Sapper, which exists solely to counter one class in particular, and that is the Engineer. Any of his buildings, whether it be a sentry, dispenser, or teleporter, can be sapped, which temporarily disables their functionality and slowly decreases their health until it drains all the way down to 0 and self-destructs. When it comes to being a good team player, the Sapper is absolutely essential, as you are the best equipped class in the game to deal with annoying sentry nests that prevent your team from pushing or defending an objective. Overall, the Sapper is less impactful than some of Spy's other tools, but it still has an important job nonetheless. The final tool Spy has at his disposal is the Disguise Kit. It isn't officially listed in his loadout when you go to change your weapons, but it allows us to disguise as anyone on the enemy team, or anyone on our team for that matter, which in conjunction with the Invis Watch allows us to fool our enemies and cause some mayhem on the backline. Whilst veteran players will sniff you out pretty quickly if you happen to have a poor disguise choice, it is still great for blending into your environment and can be super effective against newer players too. So look, in summary, we can assassinate single targets really well, we have a tool that allows us to sneak behind the enemy team with ease, we can disguise as enemies to cause confusion, and we're able to sap important buildings like teleporters and sentry, all with the goal of making it easier for our team to push the objective and ultimately win the game. Now if you ask me, all that seems pretty disruptive, which is why I think the label of Disruptor categorizes Spy's role on the team pretty damn well. Keep in mind though that this is Spy at his absolute simplest. When you start adding things like unlockable weapons and trick stabs into the mix, well, that's how you end up with a video that's over 3 hours long. But for now, and just as a quick little introduction, I hope Spy makes sense to people who haven't really played all that much TF2 before. So okay, with that that out the way, I think it's time I give you a little sneak peek into how absolutely talented I was at Spy going into this challenge. You know, it's time you see the absolute trick-stabbing god and elite level gaming master I was on day one of this challenge, and by that I mean, oh god, oh no, I really sucked hard in the beginning. Now, if for some reason you don't believe me in how utterly garbage at Spy I was, maybe this clip from my literal first game of the entire challenge can help to clarify things. We're here on Barnboots, where I'm trying to get behind the enemy team, but oh, I carelessly bump into the medic before decloaking, where I then proceed to miss not just one, not just two, but 3 backstab attempts in a row before receiving a lethal smack to the face by a VB Longneck. I think this is a good place to start with the challenge and my Spy gameplay more generally, because the first of many shortcomings I noticed in my skills was my inability to lodge a butterfly knife into an enemy gamer's spinal cord, aka getting a backstab. For some reason, this was the first major hurdle I ran into, and it seems kinda silly to talk about because, well, surely hitting a backstab is a pretty simple task, right? You have your knife, you walk up to their back, you press mouse 1, and voila, that should be a kill. But no, actually, it often wouldn't be, as failing to hit backstabs was the first major issue I struggled with during this challenge. Take a look at this clip from day 5 on Snowy Coast, where I position myself in this nice little spot next to the barrels where the enemy team won't see me. Luckily, a demo man comes around the corner, so I walk up and I absolutely mince both stabs and fucking die. Now look, there's probably a few key reasons as to why I was failing so spectacularly at these seemingly super easy backstabs early on, as 1, I hadn't played all that much Spy before starting this challenge and was a little rusty, 2, I didn't have a good grasp of how the backstab hitbox worked yet, and 3, I struggled to predict how enemies would move around whilst I was behind them. I just didn't have the experience to quickly adjust my own positioning if an enemy suddenly strafed in a different direction, as we saw in that last clip, so I'd often just end up tickling them with a little 40 damage stab to their side, or even worse, I'd miss the stab entirely, meaning I was swinging my knife at literally nothing, which if you didn't know is actually the TF2 equivalent of shooting an airball. This issue did dissipate relatively quickly though, as with each day I'd gain more experience, so I'd shake off a little more of that rust, and I'd become increasingly comfortable with Spy's core mechanics, meaning that fail stabs like this became much more of a rarity. I will admit though that even like 70 days deep into the challenge, I still had moments where I would absolutely butcher a backstab attempt, but again, they were much less frequent than they were in this first week. Now, it would be absolutely lovely if failing the world's easiest backstab attempts was the only issue I ran into in my early days of playing Spy, but unfortunately, I managed to piece together an entire laundry list of things I sucked ass at on Spy, and to introduce you to my next problem, just take a look at another clip I got on day 1, and see if you notice anything strange about it. So you might be thinking, hold on, the clip was a little messy, but there was a pretty decent couple of stabs in there, and your aim with the revolver was actually on point at the end, so what's the issue here? Well, if you take a closer look after my misstab on the sniper, you'll notice that I pull out my disguise kit for half a second, and then also manage to pull out my sapper before ultimately arriving at my revolver and actually getting the kill. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I don't think that either of these items provide any offensive utility in the middle of combat, unless I plan to throw them at my opponent, so why am I swapping to them in the middle of a battle? Well, that brings us to the next issue in the El Maxo is awful at Spy list, and this one sounds even more stupid than the last because it seemed I was unable to operate my keyboard like a normal human being when I was playing Spy because, oh my god, was I mispressing keys and swapping to the wrong items in the heat of combat so damn consistently. Take a look at this clip from day 2, where I'm on Dust Bowl, and I'm trying to do a little bit of acting to trick an enemy medic into thinking that I'm actually on his team. If you didn't know, you can press B whilst holding a weapon as Spy, and this will swap what your disguise is holding, which can help to make you look more believable depending on what environment you're in. In this case, I press B whilst my sapper is equipped, so that my medic disguise swaps to holding their medigun. But instead of doing that, I managed to fat finger my keyboard and bring up this notification before being randomly critted and sent to fucking purgatory. I can't really say that I wanted to use my secret Saxton whilst I was trying to convince an enemy that I was on their team, but apparently I clumsily pressed the wrong button and got myself murdered as a result. Luckily, this was similar to the fail stabs, as after I played more and more and my muscle memory improved, I was actually able to start swapping to the correct weapon during combat relatively quickly, which helped reduce the amount of embarrassing clips I found myself ending up in. But okay, it wasn't all bad when it came to my first 10 days of this challenge. This is probably a good point to introduce you to one of the most important skills there is to playing Spy, and that is of course trick stabbing. There are a lot of satisfying mechanics in TF2. You got stuff like crit flares, market gardens, crossbows, meat shots, air shots, headshots. Ooh! Even saying their names just has your brain absolutely racing. But if there was a mechanic that I could put at the very pinnacle of that list, it'd be trick stabs, because there is just so much variety to what you are able to pull off. As I covered briefly earlier, Spy's whole shtick is that he 1. Gets behind his enemy, and 2. Gives him a good old shank to the back. However, there are situations where you won't be behind your enemy and may in fact be caught out with your metaphorical pants down. In scenarios such as this, you have to delve into your repertoire of trick stabs, which, as the name suggests, are reliant on your ability to trick your opponent into moving a certain way so you can find a way to stab their back. There is an ocean of different trick stabs which you can execute, including stair stabs, jump stabs, under stabs, corner stabs, blind stabs, matador stabs, reverse matador stabs, drop stabs, circle strafe stabs, surf stabs, stab rad plaid. It is seriously insane how much complexity there is to something which seems so innately simple, and if there was one skill I absolutely wanted to master over the next 100 days of this challenge, it was going to be my ability to hit any and every type of trick stab, because, ooh, does it feel good outwitting your opponent. And look, prior to starting this challenge, I could hit the occasional trick stab. I say the one I would most consistently land is a corner stab, which, as the name suggests, is where an enemy is hunting you down as you go around a corner, so you vanish from their sightline for a moment, just for you to reappear as you loop back around behind them to secure a really nice, simple stab. It's a very reliable trick stab, and in these early days of the challenge especially, I would always try to force myself into situations where I could pull it off, because it was the one I was most confident in landing consistently. I was getting a fair few of them, but look, when it came to every other type of trick stab, I was a bit more inconsistent in these early days. I think the absolute funniest type of failed trick stab to go back and watch had to be my stair stab attempts, because oh boy, were there some absolutely awful clips to cycle through. In case you don't know, a stair stab is one of the most quintessential tools in Spy's repertoire, so it's important I break them down for you real quick. They are entirely reliant on you having a slight height advantage over your opponent, so you can jump and crouch over their head as they approach you, leading you straight to their back for one of the more flashy types of stabs that Spy can pull off. As the name suggests, you'll usually do these at a staircase or a ramp as an enemy rushes to get you, but you can pull them off from anywhere as long as you have that tiny height advantage over your opponent. And when I say tiny, I mean it, because a teleporter is technically enough of a high ground for you to be able to jump on top of your opponent and get a stab. Now again, these are always super sick to pull off, but unfortunately, in these early days, I wasn't all that great at it. Here on day 2, I was attacking on Swiftwater when a pyro caught me off guard as I decloaked. So, they began chasing me up these stairs, and wow, I definitely tried to do something there. Instead of jumping on top of him to get a backstab as I landed, I kind of just jumped away from him, which isn't particularly conducive to getting a kill. I think I put it best in my live reaction when I said, oh, I fucked that trick stab so bad, someone put me on a watch list for bad trick stabbers. And take a look again here on day 2, where we are on high pass, and I catch an engineer walking towards me. There isn't too much time to react, so I figure, well, the stair stab is probably the only thing that will work here, and oh, okay, I jumped away from him and tried to flick back and stab, nothing. Just like literally everything I've mentioned up until this point, learning to hit trick stabs started off very rough. I will admit that there was the occasional glimpse of improvement where I'd whip out some insane stair stab or matador that I didn't even know I was capable of hitting, but for the most part, it was a lot of failure. It didn't really upset me or make me frustrated though, because I recognized that there was going to be a lot of learning to do, so it was inevitable that I was going to jump too soon on a stair stab or strafe too far in one direction on a matador and find myself getting absolutely destroyed as a result. There's definitely a whole lot more to talk about when it comes to trick stabs, and it's actually one of the biggest focuses of this entire video, but we'll see a lot more of that in the later days as I actually improved, because for now, well, it was by no means a strong suit of mine. But look, I did realize something pretty quickly in my first 10 days, and that was that you don't always have to go for a trick stab as Spy. Now don't get me wrong, they're super fun to execute, but one thing I was painfully aware of going into this challenge was that some Spy players just overuse them way too much. Just because you have the option of doing it doesn't mean you should take it, and as I realized, it's often a lot smarter to forego using your knife entirely in certain situations, and instead, you really should be using that trusty old revolver. Luckily, one of the transferable skills I had going to this challenge was, my aim. I know it sounds pretty obvious, but when you play a game for over 4,000 hours, you kinda get good at the whole pointing and clicking at enemies shtick. As a byproduct of this, I really found myself making the most of my revolver throughout the early days of this challenge, as if I wasn't confident in my ability to get behind and actually hit a stab, I always had this surprisingly consistent form of damage that I could fall back on. I realized that people really underestimate how much work you can put in with the stock revolver, as this thing can do up to 60 damage per shot at closer ranges, which has the potential to absolutely obliterate opponents who who don't respect you in the 1v1. As you can see here on day 9, I find this soldier on Swiftwater who has the direct hit equipped, aka a weapon which can kill me with literally one rocket, but I back myself and end up connecting 5 shots in a row on him to secure the kill, and also get this random invis spy after. In this other clip I got on day 1 on Upward, I take a pretty big gamble when I decide to target this scout coming towards me. I'm on 81 HP, which is by no means an optimal amount against a scattergun, which can instantly delete me, but again, because I have faith in my aim, I'm able to pick up a kill on this scout too, even though it does go down to the wire. Look, I was definitely having most of my fun whilst hitting backstabs, and they're so much more satisfying when you're playing Spy, but a common trap I see a lot of newer players falling into is forgetting that their revolver exists entirely. It really does deal a stupid amount of damage if your aim is on point, and a lesson I learned super quickly whilst playing Spy in these early days is that if you don't have full faith in your ability to whip out some super complicated 360 triple C-tap Matador trick stab on an opponent, then don't. You have a super reliable option in the revolver at your disposal, so you may as well make the most of it. And look, whilst we're on the topic of discussing the tools in our kit, I think it's time we shine a bit of a spotlight on the stock knife and how it went during these early days. Going into the challenge, I've honestly never been the biggest fan of the stock knife, just because there are so many more fun options like the kunai and big earner, which actually reward you when you hit a stab. I'll talk about these unlocks in depth later on, but what I've always found to be so underwhelming with the knife is that you'll head on into a situation, secure 1 stab or maybe 2 if you're lucky, and then you'll be left with your dick in your hands, as you won't have a speed boost or bonus health, making it really hard for you to escape, and you'll often just be left getting executed on the spot. And to be honest with you, I experienced this a lot in my early days of the challenge. Take a look at this clip from day 1 on Swiftwater, where I declick pretty aggressively at their spawn before securing an easy stab on a clueless sniper. However, because backstabbing has a super loud audio cue of your enemies screaming as they die, both the soldier and the enemy spy instantly snap towards me and promptly kill me. And again, look at this clip from day 9 on Thunder Mountain, where I get a nice stab on this pyro just for the demo night, another pyro to quickly react and prevent me from getting any more kills. Now yes, an element to me dying so quickly here is because they are some fairly aggressive stabs I'm going for. In an ideal world, I should be waiting patiently for isolated targets so I can pick them off without anyone noticing and then falling back into the shadows to repeat the process. But come on, that's boring as fuck. I just want to go on a bloody rampage through the enemy team in a moment of pure chaos before finally being caught and going out with a bang back to the respawn queue. I will admit that this is definitely something I got better at in the later days of the challenge, as I slowly became way more observant of my surroundings and seeing which enemies were nearby before I went for a big play, meaning I had more information on hand and could make an optimal decision better. But I'm just saying, if I had the kunai equipped in either of those clips we just watched, I could have a nice little health boost, which makes escaping a much easier task. But again, we'll be talking about that specific unlock a lot more later on. What really solidifies my whole point here about getting 1 or 2 stabs with the stock knife and then dying is all of my chain stab clips. Basically, if I ever hit anything that was even remotely noteworthy for the video, I'd make sure to record it, and this was the case when it came to chain stabs. But as I was organizing my footage, I realized that in my first
¿Qué hice? De más. Se ve por una hueva. Lo que estaba viendo acá está.
Unfortunately for him, he is by far the weakest class in all of TF2, and if I'm going to be honest, like the kunai and big earner, which actually reward when it came to every other type of trick stab, I was before ultimately arriving at my revolver. Seems appealing to me as dropping myself into ungodly situations filled with enemy gamers and trick stabbing my way out with the kunai. Also, we are on the topic of the stock knife though, I should let you know that I actually hit the first major milestone of the challenge on day 6, where I secured 1,000 kills on my strange knife. This was the very first weapon of mine to hit this secondary goal we have in the challenge, leaving me with 9 more weapons to go. Now to finish off my discussion of the first 10 days of the challenge, I want to talk to you a little bit more about the Invis Watch, and specifically my pathing with it. The way you maneuver the map whilst invisible as Spy is one of the most important skills to wrap your head around, as it's crucial to actually getting yourself behind the enemy team so you can start to do all of your disruptive work. It's honestly a super underrated element to Spy's gameplay loop, as people usually over-obsess with practicing all the different types of flashy trick stabs they can pull off, meaning that they overlook fundamentals such as pathing. So with this in mind, I decided to make a concerted effort to focus on this part of my Spy gameplay from the beginning. I wanted to know the best routes to take on every map, find hidden paths, manage my cloak time well, and know every ammo location to ensure I was getting behind the enemy team in the most optimal way possible. But, yeah, like everything in this challenge besides my revolver aim so far, it started off a little rough. Take a look at this clip here on day 2, where, count with me, I managed to bump into not just 1, not just 2, not just 3, not just 4, but 5 people whilst invisible. Nothing screams good invis pathing like colliding with literally half the enemy team before you manage to get behind. Now, I will admit that some maps do make getting behind the enemy team as spy a pretty big challenge, and I'll talk about that in depth later in the video, don't you worry, but for the most part, getting better at my invis pathing was just a case of trial and error to find which routes worked best and testing how aggressive I could be whilst I was trying to get behind, meaning I found myself getting caught out a lot. It's also important to note that before going into the challenge, I was so used to running the Latrange, which is a revolver that extends your cloak duration by 40%, meaning I was used to having way more wiggle room and extra cloak time to work with when maneuvering the map whilst invisible. However, because I was running vanilla spy for the first 10-day block of the challenge, it meant I had a lot of adjusting to, and found myself needing ammo packs to replenish my cloak meter way more often, and would sometimes find myself in pretty undesirable situations where I wouldn't have enough cloak duration left to escape. Anyway, whilst I was failing miserably a lot in these first 10 days of the challenge, I actually was having a really good time learning through my mistakes and optimizing my gameplay as I progressed day after day. I genuinely found myself looking forward to each session as I was slowly improving things like my trick stabs, positioning, and general game awareness. I can't lie, I'm a big fan of progressing and getting better at things with time, so even though there was the occasional frustrating moment here or there, I was very much happy with these first 10 days and was looking forward to the rest of the challenge. By the end of day 9, I had accumulated a total of 2,082 kills and died 1,138 times, leading me to a KD of 1.83, which is actually a lot higher than I initially expected. I will mention it here because it's pretty important to the video, but yes, after every single game I played in this challenge, I would alt-tab to a Google Doc and write down my KD for the game, which was a slight pain in the ass, but it meant we'd be able to look at the different trends in my performance as I swapped between different loadouts and slowly got better at the game. I probably did screw up the numbers from time to time and might have forgotten to write down my KD from a handful of games, but overall, this is going to give us a pretty good objective metric for how much I was improving at spy as the challenge progressed. My spy time also increased from 79 hours and 39 minutes up to 100 hours and 7 minutes, meaning I clocked in just over 20 hours of gameplay in my first 10 days. I will say that 2 hours of in-game time on my spy statistics was shaping up to be more like 3 hours of total time spent playing, which would end up being a slightly bigger time commitment than I wanted later on in the challenge, but hey, that's something we can laugh at me about when I'm losing my mind on like day 70. I'm actually so angry. I can't do this. I can't. I'm sick of this game. I don't want to play spy. I play spy every day. I don't want to play spy every day. I don't want to do it. So look, it was honestly a pretty boring start to the challenge. Yes, it was funny to watch me fail miserably with vanilla spy at times, but overall, it basically went just as I imagined it would. I will say though that the pace of this challenge was about to shift pretty drastically from here on out, as moving into the next 10 days of the challenge, well, we were going to make some pretty important changes to both my loadout and playstyle, and this was going to introduce a little more spice into the mix.
Hold on. You're telling me you've made it this far into the video and you haven't even joined the official El Maxo Discord server yet? You're kidding me, right? One of the single most active TF2 communities on the entire internet, and you're not in it? Well, look, maybe I can forgive you just this once, but you have to join and head to the to meet. So if you go to Instagram, if you're familiar with TF2 culture, you'll know that there's a certain archetype associated with spy mates. They're seen as toxic, people think they have big egos, they often type in chat a lot, they'll usually have an anime profile picture, their weapon names will be either esoteric bullshit or Japanese characters, they wear a certain type of cosmetic loadout, and they use graphic configs that make their game look more like Minecraft than a first-person shooter. But this all doesn't really mean that much. At the end of the day, it comes down to their gameplay. And if there's one knife spy mains can't get enough of, it has to be the Cunnivers kunai. Like look, if you go into YouTube right now and take a peek at literally any spy montage that you can find, you'll notice two things immediately. One, are they intentionally making their game's visuals look as dogshit as possible? And two, they'll be using the kunai. I can almost guarantee it, as unless they're an absolute giga chad using the big earner, it'll be kunai, kunai, and a little bit more kunai. And when you take a look at this weapon's stats, it becomes pretty clear why. The first thing you'll notice is that we lose 55 of our max health, bringing us from the normal HP of a light class, 125, down to a squeamish 70. This is the lowest base health any class can have in the game, and it's a really scary amount to be at, because you are so incredibly vulnerable to literally every form of damage there is. Meat shots, dead. Pipes, dead. Well-placed sticky or rocket, dead. Happen to lose like 5 health due to fall damage whilst you're getting behind the enemy team and are now on the receiving end of a melee swing? Yeah, you guessed right.
dead. You're already a glass cannon as spy, so you'd hope that there's a pretty damn good upside to the kunai if we're making ourselves even more fragile. And oh boy, there absolutely is. Because for every backstab we get, we absorb our enemy's health. Kinda like we're a vampire. Sorry, I've been wanting to make a Playboy Cardi joke somewhere in the video for a while now, so I'll move on. Anyway, a successful backstab can give us an overheal of up to 210 HP, aka more health than a soldier. Now, the amount of healing or overhealing you get does depend on your opponent's HP. For example, if you stab a full health heavy, you'll be rewarded with the maximum of 210 HP, but if you stab something like a 1 HP scout, you'll only be rewarded with the minimum amount of 75, resulting in a smaller amount of overheal. This allows for some super flashy plays where we can surf enemy rockets because of the overheal, we can go for hyper aggressive stabs in situations we'd usually die in, and we just have so much more sustain in general whilst we're on the battlefield. So God, okay, for the next 10 days of this challenge, it was finally time to say goodbye to the stock knife and hello to the kunai. It sounds like we could have potentially just gotten our hands one of the best weapons of the game, so let's see how it all goes. Well, it may come as a surprise, but those guys on YouTube pulling off all those crazy ass plays have like thousands of hours on spies, and I don't. So unfortunately, we weren't all that crash hot when I first equipped the kunai on day 10, but I didn't magically gain the ability to perfectly trick stab every enemy I came across overnight. I think the first major issue I noticed with the kunai was that it exacerbated my bad pathing issues, especially when invisible. Now, it's bad enough when you're using the stock knife and happen to get caught out, but with the kunai, well, we've lost an additional 55 HP, making us even easier to be punished. Take a look at this clip from day 13, where I'm pushing forward on pier. I'm invisible, no one can see me, and oh, hello, that's just a little unfortunate, isn't it? 20% damage resistance you get whilst invisible isn't going to be helping you when you cop a rocket to the face at point blank. And take a look here at this clip on day 19, where we are on harvest, where if I had to guess, I was trying to get into a position to spawn camp the enemy, but nope. That's a soldier shooting a rocket as they leave spawn for no apparent reason. Look, I realized pretty quickly that I had to be even more careful with my pathing whilst invisible if I was using the kunai, because the potential to get absolutely shafted by some random explosion and just instantly die was so comically high. I had to be even more disciplined with the routes I took, I need to be more patient when moving past enemies, and I basically relegated myself to the flanks exclusively, where it's less likely you'll be randomly greeted by a max damage rocket from a fresh install soldier. And look, a point I'm really going to hammer in throughout this video is that I am just not a fan of all the external factors which are outside of your control when you're playing spy, and to me, it felt like the kunai just piled on top of this. Like, oh, you're about to hit a backstab, but the enemy turned around at the last frame? Well, before, if you were just using the knife, you had a small chance of escaping with your life, but now, no, you'll just die in one shot to basically anything. A pyro spy checking like a bunch of schizos who haven't taken their, what medication do schizophrenics take? Haloperidol? Well, again, if you're using the knife, you had more wiggle room with that extra HP to escape, with some good movement and unpredictable pathing, but the kunai, yeah, it just makes all of that so much harder. But look, there's a reason it's the go-to choice for spy mains, and I could see the occasional glimpse of this weapon's potential. I think the most useful aspect to the kunai in these early days was the fact it gave me a much safer escape option after I managed to secure a stab. Because it was going to be a while before I could consistently chain together trick stabs and tear through bigger groups of enemies with the kunai, more often than not, I just count my lucky stars if I was even able to secure a single stab, and then use the additional health to safely exit from a fight. Take a look at this clip from day 10 on Frontier, where I'm approaching this pyro and get taken down to a scarily low amount of HP, but luckily secure the stab, which gives me a beautiful 162 overheal, meaning I can take a bunch of the extra damage from the enemies behind me and can exit combat safely. Had I been using the stock knife here, I still would have gotten the stab, but would have had absolutely no hope of escaping past that. And again, this clip from the same day on Badwater, I hit a pretty damn clean drop stab on this heavy, which makes me take the maximum overheal of 210, giving me a massive safety net to escape with. But look, sometimes I was feeling myself and actually had faith in my ability as a spy player. I was like Squidward from that one episode of SpongeBob where the little fish dude asks for extra onions on his Krabby Patty, so he says, "Daring today, aren't we?" Because we can flip that health buff from a useful escape tool into an excuse to try and stab as many people as possible before we kick the bucket. I think my favorite clip which exemplifies this so beautifully came on day 15 on Barnblitz, where I flank behind the cart and I'm in position to secure an easy chain stab, but unfortunately, This one sniper with the tribalman's shiv wants nothing to do with it, so he smacks me and I start bleeding, so I stab the soldier to get a massive overheal, just for him to smack me another 2 times before I kill his pyro friend, just for him to smack me again before I kill his other pyro friend, then he smacks me again, so with my 160 HP overheal, I decide to gun him down too, and throw in a laugh taunt for good measure. Just to recap there, this sniper hit me for a total of 5 times in this one clip, but because I had the kunai and was able to keep refreshing my HP with every stab I got, I'm able to just ignore him entirely as I continue to murder more and more of his teammates. Take a look at this other clip I got on Bomblets 2, where I grab a quick stab on the sniper, then get the medic, and because I'm at the maximum amount of overheal, I managed to tank 200 damage without dying before stabbing these 2 soldiers. It's clips like these which made me understand why so many people hate playing against the kunai, because if you're trying your damn hardest to kill a spy, just for your clueless teammates to continually present their back on a silver platter to him so he can absorb their entire health bar, it can get pretty damn frustrating pretty quick. I don't want to jump around the timeline too much, but on day 69 of the challenge, nice, yep, I know, I was dueling a fully overhealed enemy kunai spy. I hit him 3 times with the diamond back to get him down to, oh, no way, 69 HP again, what a coincidence. Just for him to get the easiest stair stab of his life on a clueless soldier from my team, meaning his health is all the way back up to 210, putting me at a major disadvantage from no fault of my own. I was definitely understanding why people hate it, but luckily for everyone I was versing, I wasn't that good with it, yet, and wasn't causing too much mayhem this early on. A prime example of this lack of mayhem I'm causing can be seen when it comes to harder chain stabs. As I was saying before, if people are simply offering me their back, getting ridiculous kill streaks with the kunai isn't that hard, but when I have to trick stab my way through multiple competent enemies, look, things came crashing down pretty damn quick. In this clip on day 15, I'm on Borneo with a nice overheal from a stab I got earlier, so I say fuck it, let's get some trick stabs. I walk up to this demo, stab him once straight to the face, then again, then I try to circle back the other way, then I give up on the demo entirely and move over to the sniper, and I'm promptly put in my place. Or here on day 13, where we're on the absolute best map in the game, CP Steel, where I pick up 3 easy stabs in a row, then have an absolutely pitiful stair stab attempt before awkwardly strafing towards the medic and having my hopes and aspirations ended by a random crit from the amputator. But look, even with moments like this, I was definitely preferring the kunai to the knife, even if I wasn't playing any better. There's going to be some growing pains as I adjusted to the lower initial health, but I was seeing the insane potential that this weapon had, even if I couldn't fully unlock it just yet. By day 15, I hit 1,000 kills on the kunai, meaning it was the second weapon we could tick off the list, but similar to how I kept using the knife even after I got it to 1,000 kills in that first block of the challenge, I decided to stick with the kunai because I was having a great time with it and definitely wanted to improve at using it. Also, before we dive too far into this block of the challenge, I want to talk a bit about the revolver here. I noticed that the rate at which I got revolver kills reduced dramatically when I swapped to the kunai, and it actually makes a lot of sense why. Going from 125 HP with the knife to 70 HP with the kunai puts you at a massive disadvantage in 1v1s with the revolver because you're just that much more squishy and vulnerable, and as a result, I didn't find myself going for all that many revolver plays in this block of the challenge. You might be thinking, well, what if you successfully got a stab and have overheal? Wouldn't you want to use the revolver then? And the answer is, well, no. I realize that you want to keep the overheal chain going for as long as possible with the kunai, meaning as soon as you secure one stab and have a massive overheal, you should be hunting down that next stab to keep your HP constantly topped up in perpetuity. It's usually just not the most optimal play to swap to your revolver and gun people down when you could be farming as much overheal as possible to keep yourself alive for as long as possible. It was really only in very niche circumstances that I found myself using the revolver when I had the kunai equipped, like when versing a scout, a class which is especially hard to trick stab because of the movement speed, or if someone was backpedaling as I fought them and I didn't have enough time to strafe into a position to pull off a trick stab. With that being said, it's still a solid option with how consistent it is, but I just don't think it synergizes particularly well with the kunai. I'd often just feel a lot more pressure to actually land my shots because of how low my base health was, and I just lose 1v1s more often. But hey, this is a problem most of Spy's revolvers run into when paired with the kunai. Well, except for one, but more on that guy later. We also ended up getting 1,000 kills with the revolver on day 18, making it the third weapon in our arsenal that we could officially tick off the list. Now, in a very abrupt change of pace, I want to let you in on one of the biggest discoveries I made during this section of the challenge, and that is, oh my god, are some maps designed horrifically for Spy. As I was getting more and more experience with Spy and playing the same maps over and over, I subconsciously take note of the ones I'd perform well on, and the ones I'd get my ass handed to me on. For example, a map I was starting to absolutely fall in love with during this challenge was Frontier. There's a lot of reasons for this. Firstly, I love the aesthetic of the map. It's beautiful, I love the sections you can fall fall off. I love the idea of pushing up this massive hill, and the custom cart is just the cherry on top. Secondly, and more importantly, boy are there some beautiful flank paths. For just about every section of the map, there is a fantastic way of getting behind your enemy without running into too many obstacles. On first, you can head round the right through the tunnel. On second, you've got this container and indoor section to maneuver through. And on last, you probably have my favorite flank path in the entire game. And no, I'm not even being hyperbolic. If you're defending, you can get yourself on this rock and jump into this elevated section for perhaps the most useful way of getting behind your enemy in all of TF2. The amount of backstabs I accrued by abusing the shit out of this flank was absolutely insane, especially when I swapped over to the Dead Ringer later in the video. Frontier also has a bunch of verticality to it, giving you a lot of spots for drop stabs and stair stabs, and to top it all off, it's pretty damn long, meaning you can get some high scoring games in it. It's great, it's fantastic, it's so much fun, it's Frontier, and I love it. Now, there's another side of the spectrum. You know, the maps that suck shit to play as Spy, and there are 3 in particular I want to talk about. First off is Gold Rush. Usually, I don't have that much to say about this map. It's not great, it's pretty choke heavy, but if I'm playing Soldier or Demo Man, it can be a bunch of fun to spam it. However, as I played Spy, I started to notice some glaring issues. If you're defending as Spy and the attacking team captures the first point, you have absolutely 0 flank routes of getting behind. There's this elevated section on the left, which is obviously too high to get to, and there's also this drop down, which, unless you're Michael Jordan and have a 4-meter vertical jump, you're not going to be getting to it anytime soon. That leaves us with one route to get behind, and it's this tight-ass corridor that can barely fit 3 people through it. Why? Do you know how hard it is to get to the enemy team's teleporters or just get in a generally good position for some stabs? When you have this much room to work with, you'll get bounced around like a pinball if you try to cloak your way through this hallway, as you'll usually come across the entire enemy team as they funnel through it. But okay, whatever. It probably gets better on the next stage of the map, right? Well, let's say we start defending again, the attacking team captures first, so you are left with, count with me, 0 flanks again! Just like the first stage, it's too high to get into this window or onto this balcony. I will give credit where credit is due though, as if you want to get behind on this map, you actually get a choice of 2 cramped hallways that will lead to your imminent death if you bump into someone, rather than just the one we had on the first stage, so how good is that? Okay, well surely on the final stage of Gold Rush, we'll get a nice route to flank behind from, right? Well, let's take a look, why don't we? Again, let's say you're defending and the enemy team is captured first. What do we have to work with? Well, if we go to the left flank, yep, that's another drop down we can't access, and if we go to the right flank in the cave under the map, oh, yep, another drop down we can't access. There is one saving grace on this stage of the map, as even though the choke point is really tight to get through, you do have the added bonus of being able to jump onto these beams, which reduces your chance of bumping into someone and makes it a bit easier to get behind. But oh my god, playing Spy on Gold Rush defense is just a pain in the ass. It becomes a roll of the dice as to whether or not you get through the choke point without bumping into someone, and that's a gamble I don't want to take when I have like a million other things to be worrying about as Spy. Now luckily, if you're playing on offense on Gold Rush, all these flanks you couldn't reach on defense are now easily accessible, making it a much more pleasant experience. But honestly, I'm not a big fan of having my class suck shit for half the game whilst I'm waiting to swap team. I don't know if it's because my playstyle in TF2 has always revolved around abusing flank routes no matter what class I'm on, and I'm just sounding like a massive bitch baby right now, but god, there were just a handful of maps which I absolutely despised playing on. Voodoo had similar issues, Dust Bowl had similar issues, Bomb Blitz had some sections which were a pain, and even a Koth map like Viaduct was pretty bad in this regard. Usually, King of the Hill is known for its wide open areas with lots of flank routes, but when you take a look at Viaduct, you notice you have to funnel through the center of the map to get behind. This is partially fixed in the pro version of the map, which adds this little connecting hallway on the side, but look, I didn't manage to play any product during this challenge, so I was left with regular old stinky Viaduct. But alright, I kind of feel like an old man yelling at clouds right now, so let's quit all the whining about stupid old maps in this stupid old game, because it's time to talk about something much more exhilarating, much more exciting, and much more, electrifying when it comes to Spy. As I'd been practicing more, my trick stabs were starting to get a bit more consistent at this point in the challenge. Nothing all that crazy, but I did find myself really enjoying a more simple, but still super satisfying type of trick stab, and that was the drop stab. As the name suggests, a drop stab involves us falling from a higher position down to a lower one to stab somebody. It's by no means a mechanically demanding stab to pull off, as the only skill required is to make sure you time your jump right so you don't accidentally fall in front of them, but even if it is relatively easier to do, that doesn't make it any less satisfying. To be honest with you, I don't even know what it is specifically that makes them so fun to pull off. Is it the setup it requires? Is it the velocity at which you fall at? Is it the fact that your enemy doesn't see it coming? I'm not entirely sure, but what I do know is that when I launched myself off the rocks at Badwater first, down onto some unsuspecting engineer, I feel like Corvo Otano from Dishonored pulling off a clean-ass drop assassination on the gloomy streets of Dunwall. Now, as a drop stab connoisseur myself, who had a whole 20 days of experience under their belt at this point, I must tell you that there are 2 types of drop stab. One, there's the basic type I've been talking about so far, but 2, there's also the more complex drop stab where you have to quickly adapt to the situation at hand. For example, take a look at this clip on day 10, where I'm on upward and decloak to see if I can get a stab on this heavy eating their sandwich. I walk up and unfortunately for me that back hitbox is not going to line up, so I give them a disapproving shake of my head before retreating to the window and jumping out to escape, only to realize there's a pyro below me, so I quickly spin around to be facing his back and pull off a quick reactive drop stab. Or here on the same day where we're pushing last on Badwater, I drop down from the high ground only to see a heavy respawning, so I quickly readjust to bounce off the railings into this sort of drop stab stare stab hybrid. There's honestly so much creativity to be had here when it comes to drop stabs with all the spins, different heights you can jump from, and quick reactive plays you can pull off, which is what made it my favorite type of stab as Spy in these early stages of the challenge. It may not always be the most mechanically impressive thing to pull off, but that doesn't stop them from being a whole lot of fun. Now to wrap things up for this second block of the challenge, I gotta tell you something, because there's an elephant in the room I've been avoiding. Things might appear to be going relatively smoothly so far, and for the most part, they have been. However, there has been a slight thorn in my side, and when I say thorn, I mean flamethrower. To be honest, I don't even know where to start with the spy checking. I'm going to use every ounce of my self-control I have here to keep this segment short, because I know if I were given the opportunity to ramble into my mic about spy checking for 3 hours, I would take it in a heartbeat, and this video would be even longer than it has to be. So, okay, let's keep it concise. Spy checking fucking sucks. I know, really controversial take when you have to play Spy for 100 days, but oh god, was it driving me up the walls, and we were only 20 days into the challenge so far. The first thing to note here is that when you hit a backstab, it makes a loud ass audio cue of your enemy screaming, which everyone can hear. Take a look at this clip on Upward, where we get a nice and simple stab on this heavy, just for the pyro to snap around and burn us to a crisp. And that's the first problem we run into. The next thing to note here is that playing well is actually to your own detriment as Spy. As any other class in the game, the better you play, well, the better you do. More kills, more points, more assists, more whatever. It makes logical sense, right? But playing well as Spy unlocks something primal in the enemy team, because the more and more backstabs you get, the more and more paranoid your opponents will become. You kill somebody once, no big deal. They might turn around a couple times as they respawn. You kill somebody twice, well, now you've annoyed them a little. They'll be on the front line minding their own business until suddenly they'll start spinning to check if you're around. You kill somebody 3 times, that's the point of no return, because that's when you start seeing rage pyros come out. Take a look at this clip from later in the challenge on day 70. We're on Barn Blitz, and I get behind the enemy team to secure a stock standard stab on this sniper. There was no trick stab, no taunt, nothing that could possibly aggravate this guy in any capacity, right? Well, I die, respawn, get myself behind the enemy team again, and look who it is. Our good sniper friend has swapped to Pyro and has now decided his sole mission in life is to burn me to a crisp. And look, if you haven't played much TF2 before, Pyro is the go-to class for countering Spy. Because of the way fire particles work, Pyros can cover large areas with their flamethrower better than basically any other weapon in the game, which makes them well suited for checking if there are any invisible spies about. You know, you'll be minding your own business, just trying to flank behind whilst invisible until, some schizo Pyro has other plans for you and will check every pixel of the map to ensure you are unable to help your team in any meaningful capacity. And on top of this, I was running the kunai for this segment of the challenge, which means if I hadn't got a stab yet and was on a very healthy 70 HP, a random flame particle touching me whilst invisible was a certain death sentence. Take a look at this clip from day 18 on Borneo, where I am simply minding my own business just for Dumb and Dumber to show up spy checking every section of the map. They come around the corner, my ass is clenched as I'm praying to just about every god that there is that I make it out of this one alive, and luckily, it appears we will live another day. Until what? There is no way those fire particles traveled that far and actually hit me. I just refuse to believe for a second that those actually made contact with me. And look, sometimes the incessant spy checking would just be too much for me, as it was in this clip on Upward, and the only solution was jumping off the map so I don't give them an extra kill for their strange weapon. Is it petty to do that? Perhaps. Am I proud about it? Not really. Would I do it again though? Absolutely. Anyway, I gotta keep this section short, but this all came to its climax on day 16, where after a flog pyro snapped immediately and burned me to the ground, I had enough. Oh my, I'm leaving. I'm off. I'm like not even bothering with that. Spy checking was going to be a persistent issue for the next 80 days. Unlocks like the Dead Ringer and even the Spicicle would change its dynamic a little bit, but look, I just want to get out my frustration here so we can move forward onto greener pastures. By the end of this 10-day block, I had accumulated 1,812 kills and died 1,055 times, meaning I had a KD of 1.72. Though this is still a pretty damn good KD, it was a decrease from my first 10 days, but honestly, I think it makes sense since there is a much sharper learning curve with the kunai, and I had to adapt to having a lower base HP. repeat. My spy time increased from 100 hours and 7 minutes to 116 hours and 17 minutes for a total of just over 16 hours in this second 10-day block. This was a decrease and actually put me 4 hours behind schedule of reaching 280 total hours, but given we were only a fifth of the way through the challenge at this point, I wasn't really sweating it. So for the most part, things had been traveling relatively well. We were adapting to new challenges and slowly improving, so I was feeling pretty good about how things had progressed. But for the next 10-day block, things were about to change after one failed stair stab attempt.
¿Qué hace? ¿Qué hace el dengue?
What? Where am I?
He's finally waking up. Doctor, where are you?
What's going on in here?
El Maxo, can you hear me? Are you awake?
Yeah, who are you?
I'm Dr. Harrison from the 2 Ford Private Hospital. I'm here to help.
Wait, a hospital? Am I okay? What's happened?
We're not entirely sure. There were reports from the scene that you suddenly collapsed after hitting an absolutely filthy stair step on Badwater. Nice, by the way.
Oh god, I blacked out?
Yeah, so you were rushed here,
Soy el único
and we
en el
ran some
servidor.
brain scans, and...
Oye, Paul, estoy solo en el
well,
servidor.
I don't know how to tell you this, but we found something slightly concerning.
What? What did you find, Doctor? What could it possibly be?
Well, the CT scans revealed an abnormal growth next to your amygdala.
Doctor, no, don't tell me. Do I have a tumor?
No. Unfortunately, it's even worse. You have stage 1 of what we call spy brain rot.
No, this can't be, Doctor, please. It's only been 20 days. How can this happen?
Sir, please calm down. We'll give you the best treatment we have. You can make it out of this, Max. All hope isn't lost yet.
No, I don't think you understand. I'm a soldier, mate. I'm a soldier. Get me out of here. I need to play soldier now.
Nurse! Nurse! I need your help. We have to restrain him.
No! Let go of me. No, please, Doctor. No! Moving into days 20 to 29 of this challenge, I came to a very, very scary realization. I was starting to indulge in all the toxic tendencies of spy mates. You remember all the way back at the start of the video, I talked about the certain stereotypes associated with spy players, and going into this third block of the challenge, I realized that I was starting to adopt more and more of these characteristics. Let me just give you some examples. There are 2 ways specifically that I noticed the spy brain rot was seeping into my system, and the first of which was b-hopping. Now, to be honest with you, this isn't a mechanic you hear a whole lot about in TF2, as it's much more prominent in Valve's less neglected and more popular older brother, Counter-Strike, where b-hopping has a dedicated community behind it. The TLDR of b-hopping is that it's reliant on 2 factors about the source engine. 1, you gain a small amount of speed when you airstrafe, and 2, if you time your jumps perfectly, you can maintain your velocity in-game. In CSGO, combining these 2 mechanics can lead to some absolutely insane frags. But on TF2, it's a lot less noticeable if you pull it off. The one context it's actually useful in is if you're market guarding a soldier, as if you rocket jump and pull off a perfect b-hop as you land, you can trick the game into thinking you're still airborne and therefore hit enemies with a crit. Outside of this though, it's very niche in its application. Yet for whatever reason, spy mates really like to b-hop everywhere they go, even if it's serving them next to 0 utility, and is even potentially slowing them down on their rollouts in the long term. It just gives your ADHD brain something to do whilst you're going back to the front line, and very, very occasionally it can lead to a cool clip. But either way, I was doing it more, meaning the brain rot was slowly infecting my entire body. The second way I noticed the spy brain rot was that, how do I put this without antagonizing myself too much? Let's just say I was starting to get more frustrated with the game. You saw a glimpse of this in the Day 16, where I rage quit after one too many spy checks, but this was going to become a much more common recurrence as the challenge progressed. If my team was looking hopeless or the enemy team just had a composition that I was not going to penetrate, sometimes I just cut my losses and re-queued to avoid the pain of dying on repeat to 3 pirates permanently spy checking the engineer's nest. Now, don't worry too much, this is only stage 1 early onset spy brain rot, meaning we still have some time on our hands, but let's just say later on in the challenge, as my condition worsened, I may or may not have broken my fan from hitting it too hard after dying one too many times on day 92 of the challenge, but hey, that's just some fun that we can look forward to later in the video, right? So anyway, why do I bring up the spy brain rot? Well, as we enter the next 10-day segment of this challenge, it means I need to swap around my weapons, and unfortunately, it was time for me to indulge in the quintessential sweaty spy main loadout for this portion of the challenge, and oh god, here we go. Since our revolver hit 1,000 kills, it was time to try out another option, and I decided to go with Camus' favorite gun, the Lestrange. If we take a look at its stats, we can see it increases our cloak duration by 40% overall, which is kinda bonkers to be honest, and every time we hit an enemy with it, we're also rewarded with 15% of our cloak back. These benefits do come at the cost of a 20% damage penalty, which, whilst not ideal, is still a really good trade-off if you ask me. Prior to starting the challenge, the Lestrange has always been my go-to pick on Spy, because the additional cloak it provides you with just gives you so much more flexibility and wiggle room to work with when you're in the enemy team's backline. You find yourself stressing less about having to decloak in an unfavorable position, or desperately scrambling to find an ammo pack with this thing equipped, and oh boy, does that relieve you of some of the unnecessary stress and pressure that comes along with playing this horrible class. It also synergizes really well with the kunai, as it's the only revolver in the game that provides you with a passive buff when it isn't equipped. As you remember from the previous section, taking 1v1s with the revolver isn't desirable because 1, you're more likely to lose duels on 70 HP against basically any opponent, and 2, if you have overheal from a backstab, it's a better idea to go for another stab rather than pulling out your gun so you can keep the chain going. The kunai wants you to stab as much as possible, so an option like the Lestrange, which gives us a flat buff to our cloak without us even ever having to swap to it, makes it a super desirable choice. I'll talk about it more later on in the video, but options like the Ambassador and Diamondback are solid picks with the utility they provide, but their benefits only come into play once they're actually equipped and active in battle, which is why I love the Lestrange's passive upside so damn much. I'll talk more about how useful this thing is shortly, but for now, I want to introduce you to the other new addition to our loadout. But unlike the Lestrange, which doesn't have many dedicated hate campaigns towards it, this next weapon is slightly more controversial. So say goodbye to the Invis Watch and hello to the Dead Ringer. Yeah, shut up, I hear you, okay. Look, even if you try to burn me at the stake for my crimes against humanity by choosing this unlock, it doesn't matter, because guess what? I'll just feign my death the second a flame particle hits me, and run away before you even realize. Now, I don't want to unpack every nuance there is to the Dead Ringer just yet, so for now, I'll give you the basic rundown. Unlike the other watches which allow you to go invisible on command, the Dead Ringer is reliant on us first taking damage. Once you right click, you'll see that the Dead Ringer pops up in your left hand, and if we get hit by a bullet, explosion, fire particle, melee swing, or even if we take full damage, we will be turned invisible, and a fake corpse of ours will hit the ground to fool the enemy team, but I'm putting a big asterisk here because it usually won't trick anyone, but more on that later. For these first 3 seconds of our cloak, we are given some pretty major buffs, such as a speed boost, meaning we can move around faster, afterburn immunity, which is a godsend for escaping pyros, a 65% damage resistance, and we won't reveal ourselves if we bump into enemies. This does come at the cost of losing half of our cloak bar immediately, and the remaining 50% charge depletes over the 7 seconds of invisibility we have. Because the Dead Ringer can't cloak on command, it does mean we'll need 100% of our charge before we're able to use it again, and this is made even more painful because we're actually unable to pick up ammo packs or use dispensers to speed up this process. The other important change to the Dead Ringer is its comically loud decloak sound. With the Invis Watch, you can usually get away with decloaking near an enemy as long as the battlefield is roaring with gunfire, but the Dead Ringer, if you decloak in a 20-kilometer radius of your target, they'll still probably manage to hear you, meaning you often have to travel pretty damn deep into the backline if you don't want to get caught out. Okay, so there's a basic rundown on how our 2 new additions to the loadout work, and I think it's important you have that context going into this next segment of the challenge because I had a very specific goal for these next 10 days. This is the Sweaty Spy main loadout for a reason, as once you piece these 3 weapons together, you are primed to hit trick stabs. These 10 days were going to be solely dedicated to improving my ability to hit trick stabs, as up until this point, I'd only really been going for them when the situation allowed it. If some clueless pyro with their brain switched off was chasing me up a ramp, then yeah, of course I'm gonna go for a stair stab. But outside of that, I wasn't really pushing myself to experiment with more aggressive trick stabs, which was halting the progress I was making. I really needed to start putting myself into those uncomfortable situations where there are multiple enemies around and no clear form of escape, so I could force myself to stay cool under pressure and start connecting some clean trick stabs. And if there was any loadout which would allow for this to happen, it was gonna be this one. I think the first thing that really stood out for me with this new loadout and fresh mindset shift was the Dead Ringer, as transitioning away from the Invis Watch was a super jarring change to my playstyle, and I wasn't really sure how to adapt in the beginning. As you'll know, in the first 20 days of the challenge, I made a pretty concerted effort to improve my pathing whilst invisible. I was sticking to the flanks, was super conscious of my positioning, and finding the most optimal routes to take, but when I swapped to the Dead Ringer, well, a lot of that fell out the window. Because of all the buffs you receive when you activate the Dead Ringer, you can afford to be much more careless with your pathing, as 1, you have 65% damage resistance, which is actually nuts by the way, 2, you have a speed boost, and 3, you don't reveal yourself when you bump into enemies, which makes the process of getting behind a whole lot easier. At first I was under the impression that the Dead Ringer was going to be a fantastic choice for fooling my enemies. You know, they'll attack you, you'll fake your death, meaning they'll let their guard down because they think you're dead, just for you to emerge moments later from the shadows, inserting your blade in their spine without them ever suspecting a thing. But in practice, this isn't how it went at all. Like sure, if you want to try and fool enemies this way, be my guest. If you want to use a believable disguise, take a bit of damage first, start backpedaling as if you're retreating, and then activate your Dead Ringer, it'll probably look like a believable death. But honestly, why bother? If you're successful with this even once and you manage to get a stab on an opponent you deceived, well, there goes your surprise factor. From that point onwards, anytime they allegedly get a kill on you, they won't drop their guard because they know you have the Dead Ringer equipped, making it a lot harder to pull off successive stabs. From my experience very early on, I found your best bet is to get invisible as quick as possible and by any means necessary, which usually means marching to the front line with your Dead Ringer out, copping a stray minigun bullet from the other side of the map for the least believable death ever, and quickly repositioning yourself with all those powerful buffs you get. It just isn't worth all the setup of making your death look convincing to the enemy team when it's way more valuable to get yourself behind as fast as possible when you can start to actually do some work. It is a little sad that this carelessly hyper-aggressive style of play is so popular with the Dead Ringer, but because it's been in the game for almost 14 years, it's just really hard to genuinely deceive your opponents nowadays, and you're just better off making the most of the speed boost and tankiness it rewards you with, rather than praying to God you're able to fool your enemy with the believable death. And look, I'm not going to sit around and tell you this made it any less enjoyable to use, because God, those buffs you get for the first 3 seconds were so damn fun. Especially that speed boost you get. Half the time I found myself decloaking almost instantly with the Dead Ringer just so I could make use of the extra speed you're granted because it opens up so many doors to you. Take a look at this clip from day 20 on Mountain Lab where I push aggressively through a choke point and get my Dead Ringer activated by this demo. I decloak almost instantly, throw in a couple bunny hops for style points and loop around to get a drop stab on him that he had no idea was coming. And again, take a look at this clip from day 24 on Swiftwater where I absolutely butcher 2 stabs on the sniper, so I run away, activate my Dead Ringer, decloak pretty quickly and use the speed to loop back around to stab the medic. You can even see that they're in the process of chasing me when I'm already behind them, which just goes to show the value that extra speed offers when repositioning. There's also a ton of extra stuff the speed boost allows you to do, like access areas of the map you otherwise wouldn't, retreat from the front line quickly, chase down an enemy far away from you, and you can even get some pretty insane trick stabs. Whilst I can't say I hit that many crazy clips this early on in the challenge, as I was 1, still learning the Dead Ringer, and 2, was also still learning how to trick stab, there were a few moments where I did impress myself, but we'll tackle that later on. Before we move on from the Dead Ringer for now, there is one semi-regular occurrence I notice when I use this unlock, and I'll just show you a clip and see if you catch on. Yeah, for some reason, I found that people had the audacity to taunt after killing a Dead Ringer spy. Look, if they don't know I'm using it at first, then it's fair game. We all make mistakes. But so often I would find myself faking the most unbelievable deaths, and some absolute nimwit would actually fall for it, think they are some absolute genius for killing me, taunt on my fake corpse, just for me to reappear behind them and promptly shit on them. One of my absolute favorites happened here on Badwater, where I hit this nice drop stab on a pyro, taking me all the way up to 210 HP. I turn around and this other enemy pyro saw me hit that stab. He knows I'm overhealed, so he fires off a flare. I use the Dead Ringer, start to loop back around, and oh, bro, really? You think a single flare just killed the 200 HP spy? Well, bad news bears, I'm still alive. And to top things off, he types in chat, oh shit, the Dead Ring, then leaves the game. Look, if you know an enemy spy is using the Dead Ringer, put your ego to the side and refrain from laughing at them when you kill them, because there is nothing more humiliating than being stuck in a taunt and hearing that painfully loud decloak sound and knowing what's inevitably coming for you. But alright, I've hyped up this block of the challenge as the trick stabbing arc, so I think it's time we take an in-depth look at them, and specifically stair stabs. If you ask me, I'd say it's easily the most iconic type of trick stab in TF2, as the idea of launching yourself over your opponent's head to stab their back is, look, you gotta admit, it's kind of badass. Now, I know I mentioned this briefly, but I want to get this out the way quickly. When I say stair stab, I basically mean any stab where you're on a point of elevation and are able to jump onto or over your opponent's head to get a stab. I can already feel the swarm of virgins from the Spy Mains Discord breathing down my neck saying, actually that's a jump stab because there's no staircase involved in situations like that. But I don't care. It could be a ramp, it could be a little box, it could be a rock, whatever. If it is a point of elevation and I jump over the head of my enemy to stab them, I'm calling it a stair stab. I will die on this hill, I do not care, Be gone, stupid spy mates. You can go to something like TR Walkway and practice on bots to get the fundamental movements of a stair stub down, but in my opinion, it's a lot better to get experience with human players who aren't as easy to predict as a bot walking in a straight line. Now, in the first 20 days of this challenge, I was hitting some pretty decent stair stabs, but the problem I found was that I was often overshooting my jump and landing too far behind them to hit a stab, or I was undershooting my jump and landing in front of them, which, yeah, isn't very conducive to hitting a back stab. Take a look at this clip from all the way back on day 2. We're on pier, and I notice this scout is shooting at me as I'm walking away, so I have the genius idea of baiting him into a stair stab over here. So I walk up, jump back, and ooh, that truly was not even close. I do appreciate that I had the balls to even try this, but yeah, no. We'll take a look at this clip from day 3 on Barnblitz, where I see a demo approaching and decide to go for a stair stab, which, oh my god, it actually hits. So I think, fuck it, let's carry this momentum into another one on the medic, and I have no idea where that jump was trying to go. So I run away like a coward. But hey, that was all in the past, because I was actually starting to impress myself with how consistently I was starting to hit stair stabs. Take a look at this clip from day 28 on my absolute least favorite map, Gold Rush, where a pyro is chasing me behind. I get up these stairs, wait a moment, and predictively jump to hit a stair stab that they honestly never saw coming. We'll take a look here on day 23 where we're on Barnblitz, and I managed to hit not just one stair stab, not just 2 stair stabs, but 3 stair stabs in a row, which is something I could have only dreamed of attempting just 3 weeks earlier in the challenge. I was even starting to wrap my head around more unpredictable types of stair stabs, where I'd find a slight high ground on a prop and use that instead of the more obvious staircases and ramps. You can see this on day 24 where we're on Badwater, and I approach a large group of enemies huddled around a dispenser. I get a little bit overwhelmed, so I sap the sentry, then get on top of the railing to hit a super clean stair stab on this soldier. And on the same day on Swiftwater, I make my way onto this high ground where there are 2 soldiers, so I jump on the railing, get over his head, and hit a stab as I fall back down onto the low ground, and yeah, this one felt like it was from a movie trailer or some shit. I can't lie. It wasn't all perfect though, as I would still occasionally go for stair stabs that look like they should be stair stabs, like the blood is literally on their back, but for whatever reason, it wouldn't register. I think this came down to the timing of when I'd crouch as I jumped, or maybe it's just source code spaghetti hitboxes not registering, but either way, I was still slipping up here and there. Overall though, my stair stabs got really good during this 10-day block of the challenge, and my new choice of loadout was definitely helping me out in this regard too. So look, things were on a pretty good roll for these 10 days. The new loadout was different, but I was slowly improving with it, my stair stabs were getting better, and I was starting to get more and more clip-worthy moments. But there was a little problem simmering under the surface. I've done my best to hide it so far, but it was getting a little ridiculous at this point. You see, in previous videos, you guys know that I like to play on Uncletopia. I think the rules Uncle Dane has implemented on his servers are great for a more fair and more competitive TF2 experience. I know that isn't for everyone, but for me, it definitely is. But because there is generally a higher skill level on the Uncletopia servers, and I was going to be playing Spy, I just didn't really want to have competent gamers constantly checking for me and absolutely shutting me down at any given moment, so for the entirety of the challenge so far, I had been on Valve's official casual matchmaking. Now, this is fantastic because players don't tend to be as good, meaning I could limit test a bit harder, experiment with my trick stabs more, try different angles to push from, discover more aggressive routes, anything of that nature. Now, this is all good and well, but unfortunately for me, if I'm playing on Valve's official servers, that means I have to adhere to Valve's official mechanics. And you probably know where I'm going with this if you have any experience in TF2, but oh my fucking god, random crits were absolutely pummeling me. I actually have not died to so many random crits as I have in the last hour. Now don't worry, I'm not just going to sit here and whine you about random crits being unfair in a general sense, because 1, we all know they're complete bullshit, and 2, much smarter people have already talked about it, but what I did realize as random crits continue to ruin my life through the challenge was that they actually disproportionately affect spy players more so than any other class in the game. Let me explain. In TF2, you have a 2% chance to get a random critical hit, which triples your damage output in an instant. However, the more damage you do, the higher this chance gets. So if you've dealt 0 damage in the last 20 seconds, you have a 2% chance to random crit. But at 200 damage, this becomes 4.5%, at 400 damage, this is 7%, and this caps all the way up at 800 damage, where you will have a 12% chance to randomly crit. This alone is an absolute joke of a mechanic if you ask me, but it gets even worse when we look at melee weapons. The base chance to randomly crit when you have your melee out is 15%, and if you've done 800 damage in the last 20 seconds, this goes all the way up to a 60% chance. So you might already know these numbers and be thinking, well, we all know it's bullshit, Elmaxo, so what in particular is so crazy about this? Well, if I haven't made it obvious enough so far in this video, Spy has to stab people, meaning he is constantly within melee range of his opponents. And guess what? Classes like Medic, Engineer, Demo, and Sniper have a tendency to immediately swap to their melee weapons if they ever catch a Spy in close quarter combat. Meaning
Life is pain! I hate myself!
You are going to be on the receiving end of so many bullshit moments of Spy purely because of the absurdly high chance melee weapons have to random crit. I can't even begin to explain to you how many times I was trying to pull off a cool trick stab just for some cocky medic to put me to sleep with a 195 damage swing from his Uber Sword. The worst part about this is that it disproportionately affects Spy, as other than Demo Knight, he's the only class in the game who is consistently fighting opponents within melee range, meaning you are going to get randomly critted over and over, unlike anyone else in the game. And you want to know the worst part about it? Spy can't randomly crit with his knife, so he doesn't even get to benefit from this stupid ass mechanic either. You might be saying to yourself, Almacio, you can one-shot anybody in the game with your backstab, so you really need random crits, you noob. But that takes skill. It's hard to trick stab a competent opponent because they are expecting it, whereas a random crit, as the name kind of suggests, it comes out of nowhere and annihilates all of your hopes and aspirations in one unpredictable quick smack. Oh my god, he gets a random crit again. There are even moments where kunai overheal wasn't enough to prevent a random crit, like here on day 29 where I'm on Harvest. I get a quick stab on the sniper, giving me a nice overheal, then the enemy reacts and oh! Lovely! This sniper executes me instantly. I mean, God, look at his strange weapon, where 507 out of the 664 kills are critical hits. I know that counts Girardi, but Jesus, man, that's 3/4 of the kills. That just isn't right, okay? To give you some perspective on how pervasive random crits were over the challenge, by the end of things, I had over 13 minutes of footage dedicated exclusively to random crits doing me dirty. Look, all I'm saying is if Marcus Aurelius were alive in the 21st century and had to deal with random crits being in TF2, to be honest, I don't know if we'd have stoicism, because trying to keep your cool when you continually die to a mechanic that's completely out of your control is the opposite of fun. Some people might even go as far to call it, bad. Anyway, I won't subject you to the whole 30 minutes of crying, so here's a comically short hypercut of it all. There's like another 100 clips, but I figure we don't need any more hypercuts, do we? I think that's enough, so let's just move on. But you look at that. I think it's good I got that out of my system. So I think I'm ready to wrap up this section of the challenge now. By the end of this 10-day block, I had accumulated 1,969 kills and died 1,064 times, meaning I had a KD of 1.85, which is an increase of 0.13 or 75%. My spy time also increased from 116 hours and 17 minutes to 135 hours and 9 minutes for a total of just under 19 hours in this portion of the challenge. Things were well and truly underway at this point, and I could feel myself getting better day by day when it came to the fundamentals. Unsurprisingly, when you play a class for 3 hours every day for almost a month, you're gonna start to see some progress. I think the highlight of this 10-day block definitely came on day 22, where I managed to get 170 points on one half of Thunder Mountain, meaning if the game went to completion, I could have potentially closed things off with a staggering 340 points in just one game. The only issue at this point in the challenge was that I was more and more realizing that to reach my goal of 280 hours by the end of 100 days, I needed 2 hours of in-game spy time every day, but I was slowly realizing that this translated to close to 3 hours of TF2 every day, which is more than I anticipated going into it. Currently, I was playing just over 2 hours a day, and this meant I was about 5 hours behind schedule at this point in the challenge, which was going to mean I needed to play even more as I progressed. Overall though, things were still traveling really well. I was having a good time, I was progressing nicely, and I was looking...
Jean Paul, creo que hay una manera de... ¿Por qué este tipo... tenemos el mismo poder de daño? Voy a seguir farmeando, creo, igualmente.
That cushy safety net have.
Okay.
For the past 20 days of the challenge, I had been using the kunai, and it had racked up a pretty impressive 3,015 kills, but as you'll remember, one of the criteria for this challenge is that we needed to get 1,000 kills on each weapon, meaning it was time to introduce a fresh face to the roster, and this guy would turn out to be some of the most fun I'd have for the entire 100 days. Ladies and gentlemen, meet the Big Earner. If I had to boil down the two most popular choices when it came to Spy's knives, it would be the kunai and this big fella right here, as they both provide you with some insanely powerful buffs when you hit a successful backstab. As I've talked at length so far, the kunai gives you that cushy safety net of a massive overheal when you get a backstab, but the Big Earner, well, just take a look at this clip and see if you notice anything. Oh, wow. Honestly, I think my reaction to what just happened summarized things pretty nicely. Because holy shit, did you see the speeds I was traveling at during that 4-man chain stab? If that clip didn't make it obvious enough, the major upside there is to using the Big Earner is the speed boost it grants on kills, which is useful for a myriad of reasons. But before we dive into that, let's actually take a look at the drawback of this knife, and that is its health penalty. Although this downside isn't as intense as the kunais, we drop from 125 HP down to 100 if we select the Big Earner. And if you've played TF2 for an extended amount of time, you'll know that is a pretty problematic health threshold to be at, because we can now be one-shot by... oh god. The Scattergun, Force of Nature, Soda Popper, Baby's Face Blaster, Backscatter, Rocket Launcher, Direct Hit, Black Box, Cow Mangler, Beggar's Bazooka, Reserve Shooter, Equalizer, Grenade Launcher, Lock and Load, Iron Bomber, Huntsman, Fortified Compound, Ambassador, and Diamondback. On top of everything that could one-shot us before. It's such an irritating health level to be at, but because I was going to be using the Dead Ringer with it, I was hoping that the extra form of defensive utility that provides could reduce the amount we'd be suffering with this lower health pool. It's also important to note that along with a speed boost, the Big Earner also rewards us with 30% of our cloak back on a kill, and as you remember, we can't actually use ammo packs or dispensers to regen our Dead Ringer faster, meaning these two weapons were going to synergize really nicely together moving into the next 10 days. And look, yeah, I'm going to cut straight to the chase here. I fell in love with this knife basically instantly. If there's one thing Funk has deeply ingrained into my psyche over the years, is that the combination of 1, moving at high speeds, and 2, shooting enemy gamers, is like the coolest shit ever. So when you give me a knife that lets me zoom around the map to change stab after stab after stab, yeah, I'm probably gonna have a good time. By far, what I found to be the most useful aspect to the Big Earner is its ability to gap close, which led to these absolutely filthy chain stabs during the challenge. This is one of those things I can't explain to you with words as much as I can show you clip after clip after clip, where I'd simply get one unsuspecting stab on an enemy and then turn it into a speedy spree of absolute mayhem. Take a look at this clip from day 34 on Barmblitz, where I get one quick stab on this soldier, zoom up the stairs to get another soldier, drop down amidst the spy but then stab this demo, then zoom on over to the choke and get a third soldier before topping it all up with a speed boosted strafe stab on this medic. We'll take a look here on day 33 on Upward, where I get a stab on this first pyro, use the speed to go over and stab this second pyro before zooming across the gap and backstabbing a third pyro. I don't even know if the speed boost was absolutely necessary to get all 3 pyros there, but I can safely say it made it feel like 10 times cooler to pull off, and that's what had me so enticed about the Big Earner so quickly after picking it up. I will admit that I thought the best use for the Big Earner going into this block of the challenge was going to be when it came to trick stabbing, as having a faster movement speed allows you to strafe behind enemies more easily or start stair stabs from even further away, but to be honest, it was a rarity that I'd ever pull anything that impressive off. There was a pretty cool moment on day 30 on Nucleus where I stab a sniper, move on to the pyro, and whilst I have the speed boost, do a little ring around the Rosie on this column to confuse the soldier, and ultimately strafe stab past it. Or here on Snowy Coast on day 37, I get a butt knife kill on the scout, which surprisingly still gives you the speed boost, so I use it to make this jump over onto the heavy, where I get a clean little stair stab. Outside of
Hay una cucaracha en mi habitación. Oiga, andaza. Oye, qué andaza. Está atrás del europeo, pero es grandazo, es como el tamaño desde mi dedo hasta la muñeca, es la mitad de eso. Era grandaza. Se metió ¿cómo se llama? Al europeo, pero ahora qué hago si aparece en la noche, más tarde.
Of limited examples like those.
Oye, ¿te imaginas que vuele? Qué asco. Ojalá no parezca. Por esas cosas extraño el frío. Cuando había frío ya no parecía, ¿cómo se llama? Cucarachas. Ahora lo contrario. Oye, pero es bien grandaza la cucaracha. A ver qué hago. Espero que se vaya nomás. No, pero no está, no la veo. Está atrás del europeo, pero no sé.
Those two clips,
No, pero
though,
me
I
refiero
gotta
del
be
europeo
honest, I
grandazo.
wasn't able to hit that many
Del europeo marrón que está acostado en mi cama. Ahí atrás. Ese es grandazo, no sé.
speedy trick stabs at all. I had this interesting moment on Kong King where I get the speed boost off this spy and then start doing circles around this heavy, choking the backstab twice before eventually succeeding and then piecing together an absolutely horrific stair stab attempt. I don't even know if you can really call that first one a trick stab. It just felt like the heavy was more confused tracking me with his minigun than I was running circles around him, and that's generally how speed boosted trick stabs went for me in this stage of the challenge, a confusing fury of movement, usually leading to nothing spectacular. I guess it made sense that there would be a slight adjustment period as my timings for trick stabs would be quite different if I'm moving even faster relative to my enemy, but still, I was kinda disappointed I didn't get many clip-worthy speed boosted trick stabs in this 10-day block. Don't get me wrong though, there were a whole heap of normal trick stabs I hit without a speed boost. I mean shit, I was starting to get the occasional understab on a rocket jumping soldier at this point. And the consistency of my stair stabs was really starting to impress me at this point, but alas, none of them were hit with a cool little speed boost. But hey, that's alright, because the big earner's speed boost can be used for a whole lot of things, and it was actually during this block of the challenge that I began to realize what one of those things were, as I was making use of a very particular strategy as spy, and it's something I coined the loop playstyle. Take a look at this clip all the way back from day 2 of the challenge where I'm on high pass, and we can actually see a very early prototype of the loop playstyle here. I come from the health pack up to the point to get an easy stab and sap on this engineer before quickly going invis and heading straight back down to where I came from and securing a stab on this sniper. Admittedly, it's not the best example, but it shows the early thought process of me realizing, hold on, you can retread the ground you've come from to repeatedly get kills. Now, fast forward to day 7, where we're on Borneo, and I drop down from this high ground to stab the heavy, then cloak away up the staircase, just to get back to my initial position and repeat the exact same maneuver, only this time on the enemy medic. I don't know why this clicked in my head so early on, but I began realizing that a really easy way to rack up kills as spy was looping the same path over and over. I don't actually know why this works. If anything, I thought people would see or hear their teammates die nearby and be extra cautious approaching the area, but no, I could just do the same loops over and over to an alarming degree of success.
Un asco. Más fácil sería hacerlo con mi mamá. Pero esperar que viene nomás. Después ya veo si se metió abajo de mi cama, no sé. Ojalá que no, pero... I don't know. ¿Recuerdas una vez? ¿Cómo se llama? Que estaba en la casa de mi primo durmiendo. Dormíamos en la misma cama. Él dormía en la cabecera y yo dormía volteado a la contra. Y un día estábamos ahí. Durmiendo. No durmiendo, recién yéndonos a dormir. No, ni siquiera eso. Estábamos en la cama. Él estaba con su celular y yo también. Y de la nada apareció una cucarachaza en el techo. Grandaza. Y cuando nos paramos a correr, porque éramos bien pequeños, yo tenía como 9, yo tenía 9, 8, 10. De la nada empieza a volar encima a medio de la noche, volando la cucaracha, bien grande encima la cucaracha. ¿Qué te imaginarás? Nada, pero espero que no vuele, la verdad. No parece. No, no parece. Voy a seguir poniendo esto.
Take a look at this
Si la
clip from day
veo-
39 on Dust Bowl, where I'm
Mira, si
defending
sigue
and
por ahí
Dead
atrás
Ringer
del
back behind
bloqueo,
them,
ya
stab this
normal.
obvious spy, then
A menos
speed
yo
my
esté
way
en
up the
esta,
stairs
pero si
to
no
get
aparece,
another kill on this demo. You might
o
think,
si aparece
oh,
más cerca,
after
por
such a
ejemplo,
successful
por la
play,
pared
it's now time to
del-
retreat and recoup for a
la
second. But
ventana.
because I see my Dead Ringer is charged up
Ahí
again, I
voy a
say,
ver si la mato.
fuck it, and repeat the exact same path to get another double kill on their medic and heavy before actually retreating to safety. And take a look at this clip, which I must admit is from later on in the challenge on like day 70, but oh my god, is it good. I'm on Pier, flanking behind, where I hit a quick 1-2 on this demo man and soldier before, you guessed it, going straight back to the route I came from just to hit a stab on a med, a stab on this demo, and oh my god, a clean ass stair stab on this demo now. I seriously don't understand why this works, and maybe my pattern recognition brain was just lumping together a bunch of lucky coincidences and assumed it must be a good strategy, but I swear, it actually has some validity to it. Now the reason I decided to bring up this whole loot playstyle thing in this section specifically is because, wow, do the Big Earner and Dead Ringer synergize so well with it. Both of these options provide us with additional speed, which makes closing the distance and actually completing the loop to get back to our enemies so much faster. If we rewind and take a look at this clip on Pier again, you'll see that I hit the 2 stabs and run away with a speed boost before activating my Dead Ringer, which gives me yet another speed boost, which I utilize to chase down this medic faster, and god, does it just make the full loop so damn fun to successfully pull. Although spots like this where you can loop around exist on basically every map, some of my absolute favorites had to be on Harvest in the indoor section where you can just keep jumping off the roof at their spawn and going up the staircase to repeat, as well as on Frontier First where you can use this building and its staircase to farm clueless games. Again, I don't even really understand why this flipping strategy works so well for me, but given any opportunity to attempt it, you just know I would, because it felt like some kind of black magic cheat code for stacking up huge kill streaks. And on the topic of big kill streaks, I gotta admit something to you guys. You know that so far in this video, I've liked to switch up my loadout in each block of the challenge, so I can get closer and closer to 1,000 kills on each of Spy's weapons. Well, I actually made another change to my loadout with the Big Earner on day 30. You see, I thought having both the Lagrange and Big Earner at the same time would be slightly overkill when it comes to getting your cloak back, as they both fulfill a pretty similar purpose. So I took a look at some of the other options we had available in the revolver slot that we hadn't tried yet, and there was the Ambassador, which I actually plan to use in the next 10-day block, there was the Enforcer, which I was doing everything in my power to avoid for the time being, and finally there was, the Diamondback. I know I've made a point already that the Kunai and the Dead Ring are pretty hated, but this guy feels straight up dirty to use, which is why I've tried to keep it under wraps for as long as possible in this section of the video, but I think it's finally time for me to come clean with the truth. For those who don't know, the Diamondback is that one revolver from Deus Ex Human Revolution, which also happens to sit on Elon Musk's bedside table for whatever reason, and it packs quite the punch. We are forfeiting 15% of our base damage and the ability to randomly crit, so that we can store a critical hit for every building we sap or every backstab we get. This gives us the ability to launch off 102 damage shots to anyone on the map, as crits ignore fall off, giving us some seriously crazy damage potential. Before I started using it for the challenge, I decided to place the critical kill strange part on it, so at the end of 100 days we could see what the ratio of non-crit to crit kills would be, and spoiler alert, it was about 50% of them, and double spoiler alert, holy shit, after using this weapon for like a few days, I quickly realized just how absolutely disgusting this crit mechanic is. The most common critique you'll find about the Diamondback is that it rewards you too generously for playing Spy, just how you're supposed to. You know, the whole point of your class is to backstab people and sap the enemy engine's buildings, so buffing Spy for doing those two things seems kinda unbalanced, and yeah, look, it almost definitely is. Take a look at this clip from day 30 on Powerhouse, where I had previously hit 2 stabs and sapped a couple of buildings, meaning I had 4 crits loaded in my Diamondback. So I decided to come up to the window for a vantage point, and oh my god, I just executed that engineer in 2 shots and look how far away he was. I also get another kill on this demo down below me too, but Jesus, personally, I don't think the guy who can one-shot any enemy in the game from close range should also be able to do, well, whatever the hell that was to that engineer. And again, take a look at this clip from day 38 on Kong King, where I walk around a corner to see a spy get a backstab, and he then proceeds to laugh at his victim's icy corpse, which is very alpha, by the way. So I pick myself up a free stab on him, giving me a critical hit for my Diamondback, meaning I'm able to whip around 180 degrees on this unsuspecting sniper and one-shot him. Now, let me ask you a simple question about what just happened. Did this poor sniper called Combusting Skull truly deserve his fate? Was there really anything he could do to prevent me from killing him? Is it his fault his egomaniac of a teammate felt the need to laugh at his victim's corpse, allowing me to get a free stab, which all but guaranteed his death? Well, if you ask me, the answer is pretty clear. No, and definitely no. Because god, this mechanic sucks ass to play against, because it's so damn unfair. Why do you have to bear the burden of your teammates feeding some 10k hour spy main free backstab kills just for him to run around the map out-sniping your team's snipers? And yes, what I realized very quickly whilst using the Diamondback for this challenge is that I think its effective range and the fact you can launch little nukes across the map at enemy gamers is one of its biggest issues when it comes to balance. As I mentioned before, critical hits aren't affected by damage fall. If you fire a rocket and hit someone across the map, it's doing something like 30 to 40 damage due to this mechanic. But if you slap some crits on that bad boy, then ooh, you've been granted the ability to murder 8 out of the 9 classes in an instant without needing to be all that precise. I often would just find myself scanning the enemy team's front line looking for some poor light class who was unfortunate enough to take 30 damage from a sticky bomb explosion and proceed to cross-map tomahawk them like I'm in Call of Duty with a juicy 102 damage crit. I hate the idea that a class like Spy, who has the ability to instantly end the life of anybody in the game with a backstab at close range, can also have the ability to instantly end the life of somebody from longer ranges, and you might be thinking to yourself, isn't that what Spy's other revolver, the Ambassador, can do too? And whilst I will be talking about it in depth in the next section, I will say here that 1, the Ambassador got absolutely gutted in Jungle Inferno and had damage fall off applied to its headshot damage, and 2, it actually takes skill to hit a headshot. Being rewarded for stuff as basic as backstabbing and sapping, which are your 2 primary functions as Spy, just feels like way too low of a threshold to be able to instantly execute classes so far away from you. This is the reason that I think the Girardi and Bushwhacker on Snipe is so broken as well, because we have this long-range assassin who can drop 5 out of the 9 classes in 0.2 of a second from anywhere on the map, who can also turn around to a spy at point blank, throw a jar of piss on them, and proceed to shut them down with a 195 damage crit. That just ain't right. And look, don't get me wrong, dealing 102 damage at long ranges is absolutely criminal, but that shouldn't overshadow how also broken the Diamondback is in normal close range duels. Take a look here on day 34 where we're on Badwater, and I get 2 quick stabs on a heavy and scout who are pushing the cart, which brings me to 3 crits in total. So I turn around and pop this medic so hard that the damage sends him surfing up the ramp, then I kill him, and I also kill a sniper who tries to push, and yeah, a 100 HP sneaky Frenchman just single-handedly denied an entire last push on his own because of this stupid thing right here. God, look, I could keep ranting about how dirty I felt using the Diamondback for this challenge, but in an attempt to curb that, let's talk about its downsides for a moment. Firstly, you can store a bunch of crits while you're alive and then die randomly, meaning you lose all that potential damage, which kinda sucks. Secondly, you have to actually hit the crit shots, I guess. That's not really like a downside, it's just what you do in a first-person shooter. And thirdly, you lose the passive cloak buff you get from something like the Latranche. Yeah, there's also a slight damage penalty, but I think there was a total of 3 moments whilst using the Diamondback where it meant I lost a duel, whereas there was like a collective 50 clips of me wanting to hop straight into a warm bath for how dirty I felt after nuking some poor soul from across the map. Overall, a bad weapon for bad people. It probably needs a nerf, I don't really know. It's obscenely strong and it was doing a whole lot of work whilst I used it for the challenge, but I couldn't shake the feeling of how damn unfair it felt to use. But okay, now that I've revealed the truth about secretly using the Diamondback, I think it's time we move on to greener pastures. And when I say greener pastures, I mean that up until this point in the video, I've kinda overlooked one of Spy's most foundational mechanics, and that is disguises. One thing I promised myself I'd do at the start of this challenge was to watch some guys on YouTube to obtain the wisdom of much better Spy plays, so I could prevent all the pain of screwing up over and over without even realizing. You know what they say, right? A smart person learns from his mistakes, but a truly wise person learns from the mistakes of others. Quote Mr. Paladin or something. Yeah. Now, did I actually adhere to that promise? No. and that was pretty stupid. I mean, I knew the importance of disguising early on, and I don't think I did a particularly bad job at it, but I definitely started to learn just how powerful good disguise choices could be as the challenge progressed, especially when you make the most of the environment around you. Take a look at this clip from all the way back on day 2 of the challenge, where we're on Swiftwater, and I, for some reason, think I am an absolutely Oscar-worthy actor. I pick a sniper disguise because I'm like looking through the sightline like I'm a sniper on the enemy team, and I'm strafing all around, and then I awkwardly look to get a stab, but then turn around, back to sniping, then everything gets real messy, and we get a kill, but I'm not particularly proud of it. You know, I can appreciate the thought here with my acting, but oh boy, was the execution lacking substantially in these early days. Things did start to look better over time though, as you can see here on day 13, where I do a much more convincing job with the sniper disguise. I'm positioned better, I don't make eye contact with any of the enemies, I even commit to the disguise after I go in too early, and ultimately, my patience is rewarded with a quick little double stab. This clip highlights something about disguising that I began to learn very quickly in this challenge, and that's how important not looking at your enemies is, because it is unbelievably... Oh god, do I really have to use this word?
La pistolita.
Okay, whatever. It is unbelievably suspicious if you decide to make eye contact with your enemies. There aren't that many valid reasons for your teammate to be staring you intensely in the eyes unless they 1. Feel a certain type of way towards you, or 2. Happen to be a conniving Frenchman on the opposing team, and it's probably the most obvious tell that newer spies give away when they're about to go in for a stab. Now if you're super aware of your surroundings and know that there's nobody around to see you, then sure, you can glue your eyes to your target's back as you approach them to make sure you don't mess up the stab, but that isn't a privilege you're always going to have. One of the skills you have to learn to master as spy is using your peripheral vision and other environmental factors to know where your opponent is without directly looking at them. You can see this on this clip from day 27 on Borneo, where I'm in a great position to get a stab on this soldier. However, because I don't know if there is a group of enemies coming from behind who would notice my suspicious behavior instantly, I make sure not to stare directly at him and instead look forward towards the cart like one of his teammates would, and that way I can safely get the stab. This was actually funny because as I quickly turn around at the end of the clip here, you'll notice that there were 2 enemies right behind me who would have 100% known I was a spy if I decided to have a staring contest with the soldier's back hitbox as I approached him, meaning I almost certainly would have been caught out. Another great way to trick enemies with your disguises that I learned relatively quickly was using this key right here. You see it? It's the S key, and if you press it in game, you walk backwards. I know, truly revolutionary stuff, but seriously, this key has been blessed with eldritch powers because it is perhaps the most consistent way of fooling literally any enemy ever that you're on their team. Don't believe me? Well, have a look for yourself. I'm on Badwater, I'm disguised as a spy, I hold the S key as if I'm retreating from the front line, and yep, this soldier buys the act entirely, so I clean him up. Here on Powerhouse, I glance back quickly and see enemies are coming, so again, I hold that S key and backpedal straight into the scout for another free stab. And finally, here on Dust Bowl, I turn my back as I approach the choke, holding my S key, fooling everyone as I backpedal and leading to a quick double stab on this pyro and heavy. You do need to have good map awareness to pull this off, because if you end up backpedaling straight into an enemy and awkwardly bump into them, you're gonna get caught out instantly. But if you time it well and know what situations to use it in, backpedaling will convince your opponents that, this guy must be retreating from the front line, and oh look, he can't be a spy because he's not looking at us and he trusts us as his loving teammates that will take care of him. But no, unfortunately for them, you're just a big brain spy player who knows how to manipulate the trust of others like any good human being should. This all might seem super pedantic, but when you're going up against more competent players, I really can't overstate how important I found small tricks like avoiding eye contact and backpedaling to be when you're trying to blend into your environment. Any subtle movement or stare in the wrong direction can absolutely blow your cover, and that's the last thing you want if you have a knife like the kunai or big earner equipped, which lowers your base health pool already. I will admit that later on in the challenge, I kinda stopped putting in the effort with making a convincing disguise because I found myself leaning really heavily on the Dead Ringer's inbuilt resistances, which don't require you to pick good disguises when you're trying to get behind. But hey, for now, I was still dishing out some Oscar-worthy performances to socially engineer enemy gamers into giving me their back hitboxes. But alright, I think it's time we take a recap for this 10-day block of the challenge. My strange beard hit the highest rank at 15,000 points on day 34, my big earner reached 1,000 kills on day 37, meaning we could tick another weapon off the list, and I even snuck in a 23 kill streak on this great game I had on Badwater on day 39, which was very nice. I accumulated a total of 1,853 kills and died 827 times, leading to a really impressive KD of 2.24, which was a significant improvement, and I think that's because I was really starting to wrap my head around using the Dead Ringer, and also the Diamondback was just filthy and definitely getting me some extra undeserved kills. My spy time increased from 135 hours and 9 minutes to 150 hours and 34 minutes for a total of 15.5 hours, but this actually meant I was well behind schedule. I was actually supposed to be at 160 hours at this point of the challenge, challenge, and I was more and more realizing that 2 hours of spy time on my stats page was definitely not equivalent to 2 hours of time in TF2 itself, meaning I was going to have to start playing more each day, which is going to be fantastic for my mental health. Yeah, I'm just sure of it. But look, my KD was crazy, I was actually starting to get really good at spy at this point, and I was still feeling great about the challenge in general. I mean, I was getting slightly frustrated, the occasional bullshit moment, but it wasn't anything too bad. Unfortunately for me though, our streak of good times was going to come to an end, because for the first time in this entire challenge so far, I actually started to dread logging onto TF2 every day, and that's thanks to a new loadout we were going to be using. Can I keep it real with you? I was really looking forward to this 10-day block of the challenge because this was gonna be gunspy time. I was gonna get up my ambassador, I was gonna hit some clean-ass headshots, and absolutely dominate every server I touched. Look, you can even see here all the way back on day 12 of the challenge that I'm excited to start using the ambassador I got because it's got such nice parts on it.
Did you get a Aussie?
Yeah, it got headshot kills, damage dealt, and players hit, and it's villainous violent. No! And I mean, look at this thing. It's Australian, it's pro kill streak, it's got headshot kills and damage dealt. It's beautiful. Truly a work of art. I was so unbelievably excited to shake things up for a little bit by only using my ambassador, and wow, it was easily the biggest letdown of the entire challenge. But God, I think I'm getting a little too far ahead of myself here. As you've seen throughout this challenge so far, there are many ways of playing Spy. We've seen how your playstyle can switch up depending on which knife you use, like with the kunai, we're playing a whole lot more aggressive than we are with the stock knife, for example. But we can actually take it even further than that because we have subclasses. If this is your first time watching the Elmaxo channel, you might not know too much about Gunspy, but I have always had a massive soft spot for this subclass in my heart. Last year in March, I released a video called Gunspy Unleashed, where I ran around the streets of Sydney dressed up as John to show the world my unwavering dedication to this beautiful class. And really, do you want to know how much this subclass means to me? Well, I mentioned it earlier, but as a quick reminder, John the Gunspy is literally permanently etched onto my shoulder, and if that isn't dedication, then I don't know what is. As Gunspy, we are foregoing the almighty power of the knife and its ability to instant kill in favor of the revolver. This transforms us from a short-range melee assassin into a mid-range power class. Though I will put yet another hefty asterisk next to power here because you're only going to be putting up soldier and demo man type damage numbers if you're capable of landing literally every shot you fire off. It isn't necessarily the strongest subclass out there, and critics call it too gimmicky, but before we judge it so heavily, let's take a look at the loadout involved. Now I will admit that in my video Gunspy Unleashed, I did slander anyone who uses anything other than the stock revolver, but because I had already reached 1000 kills with it for the challenge, and I had this gorgeous golden masterpiece which was just begging to be used, I decided to run with the ambassador for my Gunspy adventures rather than stock, which may see me branded as a heretic, but you just gotta do what you just gotta do sometimes. I also decided that I was going to keep using the Dead Ringer here because it is such a powerful defensive tool with the resistances and speed it gives, meaning you can get yourself out of a bunch of sticky situations, and because we don't really need to get behind the enemy team as Gunspy, the other Invis watches just aren't nearly as useful. The final addition to this Gunspy loadout was going to be a new knife, and that was the Spicicle. Because we won't be going for backstabs anywhere near as often, the extra defensive utility this thing provides against Pyro with its fire immunity is just a nice little tool to have in our repertoire if things happen to go pear-shaped. But okay, you know the subclass, you got a brief overview of the loadout, you know what we're going to be doing, so now it's time to actually show you how well things went, and no, as I said, it was all very underwhelming, and that's mostly thanks to the ambassador. If we take a look at its stats, it does 15% less damage, it fires 20% slower, and it can't randomly crit, but that is all a trade-off for the massive upside of being able to headshot your opponents. You remember how the Diamondback could fire off 1 or 2 damage shots from across the map just because he got a backstab or sap? Well, the ambassador can do this too. The only difference is that it actually takes an enormous amount of skill to line up your crosshair on an enemy's head at longer distances to secure that big damage reward. Except wait, no, I'm straight up lying to you, because if the ambassador could do 1 or 2 damage headshots to enemies across the map from you, even if it did take a lot of skill to hit, it would be broken. And it was broken for so long. This thing used to be public enemy number 1 when it came to Spy's weapon balance, so on Jungle Inferno all the way back in October 2017, Valve gave the ambassador fall-off damage, meaning at longer ranges, your headshots would now only inflict 54 damage rather than 102, aka an almost 50% decrease in its power. This was basically every Spy main's 9/11, because the ambassador went from absolutely busted to basically the worst option to choose from. Well, arguably, but we'll get to you later. So, going into this Gunspy block of the challenge, I knew it wasn't going to be crazy powerful, but I thought that because my aim was decent enough, I was going to be able to put out some pretty decent damage with it. But if I had to use one word to summarize my experience for the next 10 days, it would be mid. What I found to be the most jarring aspect of the Ambassador when I started using it was how intense the damage fall off was on headshots. Like, yeah, I agree that 102 damage is a bit too generous to opponents half the map away from you, but even in mid-range combat, I found that headshots were doing a pathetic amount of damage. Take a look at this clip on Hoodoo, where I headshot a heavy 5 times from a mid-range distance, but he's just able to heal through it with the medic because I am firing peanuts at his cranium. Admittedly, my aim was far from perfect here, but 71 damage from this range when it would only take him half a second to gun me down with the Tomislav? I don't know about that. I'll take a look here at this clip on day 43 on Barmblitz, where I headshot an NG upgrading his telly for 67, and it requires me to follow up with 3 body shots in a row to secure the kill, with the last one doing a measly 18 damage. It became obvious to me within the first few rounds of using this thing that I would be much better off just using the stock revolver for its reliability and consistency, but given it already had 1,000 kills, I knew I was just going to have to make the Ambassador work, and look, it wasn't all bad. Even though I felt like some pesky little mosquito on the sidelines, hitting headshots was still pretty satisfying, and there's definitely worse way to be getting kills in TF2. I think my absolute favorite thing to do with the Ambassador was letting my ego take the wheel, and what I mean by that was, boy, did I fall in love with taking the absolute stupidest 1v1s with enemy snipers to see who could win the precision war. Now, if you're thinking that Spy is at a severe disadvantage in a long-range duel against Sniper, you'd be 100% correct. But that didn't stop me from trying to get some clean ass frags. Take a look here on day 41 on the worst payload map to ever exist, Thunder Mountain, where a sniper spots me in the window, so I decided to take matters into my own hands. I hit 1 clean headshot, 2 clean headshots, and then finish things off with a nice little body shot. And again, because my ego is the one in charge here, you already know my muscle memory was going straight to a laugh taunt to really rub it in. Or again here on Gorge on the same day, I spot a sniper at the choke point, so I hit a headshot on him dealing an absolutely pitiful 55 damage, but it's enough to make him backpedal a bit before I connect a second headshot for a very satisfying kill. I will admit though that not every interaction with snipers would go this smoothly. In fact, I'd argue that most of them ended quite poorly, because the Australian assassin man can actually one-shot Spy in 0.2 seconds, which isn't ideal by any means. Here again on Gorge on day 43, I get a headshot on this scout and then finish him off with a body shot, so I'm feeling pretty confident when this sniper turns around the corner. So I go to line up the shot and yep. You have to drop a nice shot in text chat and scenarios like that and just move on with your life, because holy shit does it so quickly put you in your damn place. So look, overall, is trying to 1v1 snipers with the Ambassador a good idea? No. Are you likely to come out victorious with a kill? Also no. But in those rare instances during this block of the challenge where I did actually pull it off, it did for just a second make me feel worthwhile, even though in actuality I'm just rotting away at my desk in this 15-year-old video game and doing absolutely nothing with my life. Oh, okay. Things got a little real there. Okay, how about we talk about some funny Ambassador combos? And when I say combos plural, I actually mean combo singular. When using the Ambassador, you can't just fire off headshot after headshot in quick succession, as there is actually a 1-second cooldown in between your shots. This is displayed to you visually as after you fire a shot, your crosshair will suddenly enlarge, and you can only hit a headshot again once it has shrunk back down to normal size. Now, this makes sense, as if you're able to hit headshot at the normal attacking interval, you'd be able to dish out over 600 damage in like 3 seconds, which, yeah, could be a little excessive. So, with this in mind, I found that the best way of approaching duels with enemies was to lead with a headshot and then start spamming body shots after to finish off the job. This worked especially well against light classes, as you can execute this super quick combo of headshot into an immediate body shot, which usually does enough damage to breach the 125 HP threshold, unless you're dueling your opponent from those longer ranges where damage fall off will make you its bitch. Take a look at this clip, and yeah, I know at this point in the video I have said to take a look at this clip maybe 40 times, but suck it up. I've got 600 gigabytes of footage to go through here. Anyway, take a look at this clip on Swiftwater, where I catch John the Fortnite heading to the front line, so I quickly pop him with a headshot into a body shot combo before he can even react, and then find this other sniper moments later, who I also clean up in a similar fashion with just 2 shots. This was definitely my go-to combo whilst using the Ambassador, and one of the reasons I bring it up actually is because, do you remember how I mentioned that I had some really nice strange parts on my Ambi? Well, one of them was headshot kills, and if you ever see a part like this on a strange sniper rifle, you'd usually expect something like 70 to 80% of their total kills to be headshots, and 30 to 20% being body shots. You can see here on my strange AWP that about 77% of my total kills are headshots, but when it comes to my Ambassador, by the time I reached 1,000 kills, it actually only had 189 headshots, meaning the vast majority of my kills were all thanks to body shots, which does sound like it defeats the purpose of even using the weapon in the first place. And look, yeah, okay, I don't have the most precise aim compared to some other gun spies. You're not gonna see some crow type Ambassador plays coming from the guy who used to exclusively swear by the stock revolver purely because they couldn't be bothered to get headshots. But with that being said, I do think that 19% headshot ratio is slightly misleading, because when you take a look at that combo we were just talking about earlier, you start by hitting a headshot for the bulk of your damage and then quickly follow it up with the body shot to secure the kill as fast as possible, and that obviously isn't counted as a headshot kill under the weapon stats. Look, I just want you to know that I swear I can hit headshots, and this isn't at all a massive cope, because I promise to you guys I can hit them, okay? Like, look. I'm on altitude, a scout pops into my vision out of nowhere, and they hit such an elegant flick headshot that I started making noises like this. Oh my... And look, still don't believe me? Well, here on Badwater on day 47, you can see I'm lining up this beautiful shot on a soldier, except no, fuck you, I'm actually lining up a headshot on this invisible spy who you had no idea was there, but I did because I'm the best at the game ever. So look, as you can see by these two clips that have definitely not been cherry-picked from over 1,000 total kills, I'm actually pretty damn good at headshotting with the Ambassador, and don't let the fake news of my headshot kill strange counter convince you otherwise. Now, one of the more interesting aspects I found whilst playing Gunspy was actually separate to the Ambassador entirely, and related more to our knife, the Spicicle. For those who don't know, if you're fighting a pyro and have taken burn damage, you can swap to your Spicicle to melt it, making it disappear from our hand, but this does give us some nice upsides, such as being fireproof for a full second, and also prevents us from taking any afterburn damage for another 10 seconds after that. Now, having to wait 15 seconds for your knife to recharge can be problematic when playing Spy normally, but if we're almost exclusively using our Ambassador, well, it's a whole different story, because we basically gain a bunch of almost free defensive upsides whenever we are versing a pyro. Take a look here on day 47 on Badwater, where a pyro pushes straight into me, melting me down to 19 HP instantly, but because I swapped to my Spicicle and stopped the flame damage immediately, I'm able to stay alive long enough to connect a final shot on them to secure the kill. Or again here on day 44 on Barn Blitz, a confident pyro starts to bum rush me, so I activate my Spicicle, giving me some extra breathing room to line up this clean little headshot. Now, I will admit that even though this was technically the Gunspy portion of the challenge, there were times where I would go for backstabs. Yeah, I know, I'm a fraud, but if I somehow end up behind a 300 HP heavy, am I really going to use my Ambassador, which probably won't even be enough to kill him in time, when his back is being offered to me on a silver platter? This did lead to some slight issues though, as there were instances where I was about to go and secure some stupidly easy stab with my Spicicle, or maybe there was some 1 in a million chain stab lining up, but because a single particle of fire would come into contact with my poor French flesh, I was left with nothing. My Spicicle would melt, I'd have no knife, leaving me in an incredibly awkward situation where I'd often have to use my dead ringer to bail as quickly as possible and cry over the fact I just missed an opportunity to pop off. Take a look at this clip on day 47 on Borneo, where a heavy is absolutely clueless to my existence. He's overhealed with 360 HP, meaning it would take a comical amount of time to kill him with my Ambassador, so I go for the stab instead, except right before I can actually get it, this stupid pyro fires his scorch shot from behind, meaning, uh-oh, my Spicicle is gone, and I can no longer stab anything for 15 seconds. How good. It did happen pretty frequently, but because this was the Gunspy block of the challenge, I tried not to be phased by it too much, as I should have been using my Ambassador in the first place anyway, but it was definitely a hassle at times. I won't talk too much more about the Spicicle here because there's a dedicated section with it coming up, but just know it synergizes really well if you're playing Gunspy, and you only have to be cautious when you go for the occasional backstab. But look, on day 48 of the challenge, on a very sad game of 2-Foot where I was eagerly anticipating the sweet release of never having to play Ambassador Spy again because the past 8 days of playing Gunspy were so damn underwhelming, I actually hit 1,000 kills. Now you may notice it took a fair bit longer than usual to reach 1,000 kills with the Ambassador, and that was because I missed a couple of days over the weekend where I was down having a good time in the Australian Capital Territory. So overall, this block of the challenge had less kills and hours played compared to the others. I do actually have some closing thoughts on Gunspy here because, man, I was looking so forward to using the Ambassador, but it just turned out to be super underwhelming. Don't get me wrong, the Ambassador is still a fun weapon. It's just that when you have to force yourself to use it consistently and you're left shooting off 18 damage peanuts across the map at some heavy who couldn't care less about your existence, it can be a little draining. I definitely think the stock revolver would have been a more consistent and reliable choice, and because my headshot aim was less than stellar on occasion, I could have just ended up dealing more damage overall with that, but it already had 1,000 kills, so I just got stuck exclusively with the Ambassador. Also, this block of the challenge scared me because if it was this painful getting an Ambassador to 1,000 kills whilst playing Gunspy, then how much more painful was it going to be to get my Enforcer to that many kills? And if you're sitting there thinking, oh Maxo, what even is the Enforcer, and why do you keep bringing it up in such an ominous tone? You'll see. You'll see soon enough. In this block of the challenge, I accumulated a total of 1,342 kills and died 658 times, leading to a surprisingly decent KD of 2.04, which kind of surprised me. It did make sense because I had a lot of defensive utility in the Spicicle and Deadringer, meaning my survivability was really good, and as I was playing Gunspy, I didn't need to be constantly throwing myself into super dangerous situations to get backstabs, meaning I was dying less overall. My spy time increased from 150 hours and 34 minutes to 166 hours and 52 minutes for a total of 16 hours and 28 minutes, meaning I was now 13 hours behind schedule, which is getting more and more worrying with every passing block of the challenge. But whatever, we still had a lot of time on our hands, and it wasn't a super daunting margin to make up for. It just meant I was going to be playing a fair bit more Spy every day for the second half of the challenge, and god, I've said this after every block, I suck at managing my time. Honestly, I was just happy to have finished up with Gunspy at this point. I was excited to move on to literally anything else in Spy's arsenal at this point. And fortunately for us, it was about to be another exciting change of pace in the next block coming up. Day 50. Would you look at that? We were officially halfway through the challenge at this point, and to be honest with you, I think I was actually starting to wrap my head around this whole Spy thing. I will admit though that the weapons we had cycled through in the challenge thus far were the big hitters that every Spy player loved. I'm talking about the stock knife with its reliability, the big earner with its speed and its ability to gap close so effectively, and of course the kunai with its ability to single-handedly tear through entire teams. But it was time to get a little bit more wacky with our knife selection, because in this block of the challenge, we were going to be trying out the Your Eternal Reward. Now, from the get-go, I have to admit something about my mindset towards this knife, as I was 99% certain that the second I hit 1,000 kills with it, I was going to be moving on to something else. Now, this might sound a little prejudiced given I hadn't even used it yet, but my expectations were not particularly high going into this block of the challenge, but to be honest with you, was actually surprisingly good. For those unaware, there are two upsides to the Your Eternal Reward. Firstly, and the whole gimmick the weapon is, this has been a 6-month investigation. I have collected hundreds of gigabytes worth of footage. Unfortunately for him, he is by far the weakest class in all of TF2, and if one sentry is at bottom, what are you supposed to do? If you stab and sap one of them, the other sentry will gun you down, and all their teammates will snuff you out and murder you too, and by the time you respawn and come back, that fucker or on day 61 on Thunder Mountain, where I was repeatedly killing this sniper with the Razorback equipped, and he reached a tipping point after one too many deaths and said I was fucking annoying in chat, which, yeah, I get that. I also found that the additional 20% damage whilst disguised would randomly come in clutch against opponents who were low on health and fleeing from the front line, as I just happened to stumble across them whilst they were retreating, just to dish out a surprisingly big chunk of damage on them for an easy kill. Also, do you remember earlier how I mentioned that the resistance piercing stat on the Enforcer was a little bizarre because of how niche it is? Well, to show you just how rare it is, I'm going to show you every clip from my 1,000 kills with the Enforcer where this resistance piercing came in useful. Are you ready? Well, here we go. Wait, does this goes through the Fist of Steel damage? The third clip of his item's utility in 700 kills. Yes! 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 I mean, damn. Did you see how excited I was there? That is the overwhelmingly positive reaction of a man finally getting utility out of one of TF2's most niche mechanics. To be honest, I don't even know what the point of this stat is. It was a really awkward rework when they added this, and if Valve ever decides to provide TF2 with any support, I hope they take another look at this revolver, because it is genuinely bizarre in how it functions. But Almaxo, I hear you say, you've been absolutely dreading having to talk about the Enforcer throughout this whole video, and to be honest, it sounds like you found the weapon to be fine, so what's your issue here? Well, I realized that I was getting Enforcer kills at a pretty slow rate by only using it passively, and to be honest with you, after what I went through with the Ambassador, I wanted this process of getting 1,000 kills to go as quickly as possible, which is why on day 64 of the challenge, where I only had 460 kills on it, I decided I was going to start using it exclusively as a really bad gunspy option and ignore my knife entirely. And this, my friends, is where my hatred stems for the painful mediocrity of the Enforcer, because this was the beginning of my insanity arc. Alright, I hope you're ready. The stupid two-shot mechanic doesn't even work half the time if you're unlucky enough to be like 2 hammer units too far away, which just turns it into a worse version of stock. The 20% slower firing speed definitely screws with your aim because it doesn't shoot in the same rhythm as the Latran or stock revolver, meaning I have a theory that this makes my flicks less accurate because I'm mistiming them because of my brain's muscle memory, which led me to miss way more shots than I should have. I got so desperate to get 1,000 kills that as soon as we'd win a round and be rewarded with crits, I would beeline straight to the enemy spawn in an instant just to ensure I could be the first one to kill all the defenseless people trying to hide, just to reduce the amount of total kills it would take and therefore speed up the process, and all these factors melded into one big shitstorm of mental turmoil which had me dreading the challenge for the 3 days it took to get the Enforcer to do 1,000 kills, and I mean, just look how I was holding up in this clip. Bro, oh I can't. Oh my god. Holy shit. shit, if it was a knife it'd be fine, but fucking the Enforcer. It wasn't pretty, it sucked ass, it was super painful, and god, I hate the Enforcer. It's not even that bad. I just like out of principle and what you did. I don't like you. I don't like you. But ultimately, on day 66, in the warm-up for a Turbine game of all things, I secured my last 2 kills necessary for 1000, meaning we could tick off the second last weapon from our list. I rewatched my reaction. I was editing this section, and oh my god, the genuine pain in my voice is so palpable, and I actually sound so exhausted. It's over. Oh god. This meant we now only had one final weapon to reach 1000 kills with, and it was the Diamondback, which I swapped to immediately after finishing with the Enforcer. Now don't worry, I did not plan to gunspy with the Diamondback like I did with the Enforcer. Even though I probably could farm kills quicker with it by doing that, this was one of the weapons I was actually tossing up to potentially use for my final stretch of grinding, so I thought I should give it a fair evaluation. And look, before we dive into the last 500 kills I got with the Diamondback, it's important for you to know that my little stint with the Enforcer there was actually a very significant turning point in the challenge, because it marked a very, very noticeable change in my mood towards, well, everything. You know, the novelty of playing Spy had started to wear off at this point, and I was honestly dreading my 3 hours of required playtime every day. If you ask any of my friends who had to endure Discord calls with me during this period, they will attest to the fact that I wasn't very pleasant to be around, because the challenge, it wasn't all that fun when you had to grind out thousands of kills on weapons you never wanted to use in the first place. So let me introduce you to a bit of a different side to things here, because it's all been relatively positive with this video up until this point, but I think it's time to take a deeper look into the mental side of playing Spy, and more specifically, just how draining it was. If you haven't gathered it so far from this video, Spy is easily the weakest class in the game, and if anyone tries to tell you otherwise, they are wrong. There's no competition here, and even though you have the potential to pop off as Spy and dominate whole servers, there's an equal and opposite possibility that you will be relentlessly spy checked by a gang of pyros for the entire game, making it physically impossible for you to do anything. There is no other class in the game other than maybe Medic who is so reliant on factors outside of your control to play well, and it makes for a really, really frustrating gameplay loop when you're going up against more competent players, and this was really starting to sink in after more than 2 months of playing Spy every day. I remember when I first started out on this challenge and was wanting to learn as much as possible, I would force myself into literally every situation to fast track my progress and the experience I gained, but I was now at a point where if I joined a server and died one too many times to a particular person, or was just generally having a hard time flanking behind, I would simply disconnect and re-queue into a fresh game. This is actually really common amongst high-level Spy mains, and I noticed it a lot during the challenge because I would see the same people either shit-stomping a server and everybody on it with some crazy-ass KD, or they joined a game, die a handful of times without creating much impact, just for me to see removed from match by system in chat moments later. At first I found this pretty confusing, but as I played more and more, it just made sense because sometimes you join games where you're not going to do much. Whether it be because their team is competent, they have a lot of spy checkers, or if the map just utterly sucks for you to play on, it's honestly in your best interest to try your luck on a fresh server instead of suffering through hell for 20 minutes. I even remember this one particular game where I wasn't aliasing, so everyone wanted to see what the big famous niche micro celebrity or Maxo was doing, and we ended up with 8 spies. 8 spies! Ordinarily, I think that's funny as fuck, but when I'm trying to max out my KD and improve as much as possible on Spy for the purpose of this challenge, I can't say I want to stick around all that long on a server like that, because we are about to get the shit stomped out of us. And if I'm going to be honest with you, I was leaning into this a lot. I'm not proud to say it, but I would get seriously tilted after dying 2 to 3 times without hitting a stab, and rather than trying to play it out and help my team to the best of my ability, I just re-queue. This was probably the first major symptom of my Spy brain rot which began infecting my gameplay, and I'm not proud of it, especially in retrospect. I wish I did stick around in those tougher servers more just to challenge myself, but when you're 2 months deep into playing the same class over and over, day after day, I don't really blame myself for getting a little bit tilted. There was also another option which I resorted to a handful of times, and that's if things weren't going my way and I was getting really angry and was just not wanting to play Spy whatsoever. I'd actually swap class entirely and stomp the server for a little bit as a mental reset. I distinctly remember this one instance on Upward where it was just not going my way at all. So to shake things up, I gave Flog Pyro a go for 1 life and proceeded to go on a 17 kill streak on my first attempt, almost getting a godlike, and this left me bewildered. No way, I almost got godlike I hate Spy, I can't do this, 20 more days, okay. But look, sometimes I would have the mental fortitude to remain in a game. Even though everything was working against me, I'd remain strong, I wouldn't let it get to me, I'd take a deep breath, and proceed to get very angry and yell to myself like an insane person. Oh, dude, this game tests my fucking will to live every time I play it. I'm not gonna lie, towards the very end of the challenge, I even resorted to hitting my fan over and over for some immediate stress relief after moments that were especially bullshit. And I ended up breaking it. It's just sitting in my garage now and it won't turn on. I know, I'm a very normal person who deals with their anger in 15-year-old video games in a very normal way, but hey, at least I got a new fan and it's honestly not that much better. I kind of miss my old fan. Whilst we're on the topic of things completely outside of my control, which infuriate me beyond belief, you may have noticed that this video has managed to avoid a glaring issue that TF2 has been suffering from for 3 years now, and that's bots and cheaters. To be honest with you, the first 50 days of this challenge were pretty good, and it was actually very rare that games got infested by bots. Like, yeah, there would be the occasional lobby where I was invis hiding in a corner just for some gibbous-wearing spinning sniper bot to instantly headshot me, but barring that, it was actually smooth sailing for the most part. But halfway through the challenge, there seemed to be a major uptick in how many bots were around. You see, with my daily schedule, I was trying to play my spy games from around midday through to 3 PM, which isn't ideal by any means. Because I'm from the great country of Australia, where there are way fewer players in the region, it can actually be hard to fill up servers on casual in the morning to early afternoon. And if you know anything about bots, they love to fill up partially empty servers. Sometimes you could kick them and prevent them from taking full control, but more often than not, seeing 3 to 4 of them join meant it was time to re-queue, which was of course frustrating to deal with, but it's just something we have to live with until Valve decides to pull their finger out of their ass and actually support this game in a meaningful way. Now, it wasn't just bots causing me issues during the tail end of this challenge either, as I was beginning to realize that there's actually a lot of cheaters who prowl around the Australian servers. Because I was playing so much TF2 so consistently, I began learning the in-game names of all the resident cheaters we have here on the Australian servers, and whilst there is no chance in hell I'm ever going to give them the attention they want by name dropping them, there is one specific character I do want to talk a bit about. For the sake of the story, let's call him, how about unemployed loser who has 100 hours in the past 2 weeks consistently on Steam with a weed-themed profile showcase and loves to cheat in the morning because he has nothing better to do with his sad, sad existence. Or Grant for short, we could go with too. I'd been running into him a lot on casual, and even though he didn't always cheat, sometimes he wouldn't do a great job of concealing his aim lock, and the most obvious example of this I could get was here on a game of Snowy Coast. Oh, that's some nice aim lock you've got there. Your flicks are so clean, dude. Why do you cheat so blatantly, you idiot? This was the first time I'd actually gotten somebody cheating on footage, as I realized with this uptick in bots and cheaters, I should probably start documenting it for a section exactly like this in the video. But anyway, he got kicked from the server, I had footage of his blatant aim lock, and that was that. Fast forward 3 days later on Powerhouse, where, the enemy team's top scorer is our good friend Grant. Now unfortunately, I don't have footage of the full interaction here, but I started calling him out for being a cheater in text chat, and no one was believing me, so I said, fuck it, just give me 1 second. So I went to my editing timeline, found that clip I just showed you on Snowy Coast, rendered it out, uploaded it as an unlisted link to my main El Maxo channel right here, and proceeded to send it to the server as proof of his blatant cheats. Usually I wouldn't be this bothered, but because this guy was a closet cheater and was also really annoying to deal with over text and voice chat when I played with him, I wanted to put in the work to get him kicked as easily as possible. And guess what? It actually worked, and the enemy team got Grant's sorry ass booted from the game. In dire times where Valve isn't going to do anything about cheaters, you gotta take things into your own hands, and that's exactly what I decided to do. So Grant, whenever we cross paths in casual again, you know what you can expect to happen. Hi there, I'm just gonna interrupt for a second here, because I actually found out something that's kind of wholesome in this story. Whilst I was making the video, I actually went back and checked his Steam profile, because I wanted to get some B-roll of like the Wheat Team profile. I noticed that his name was actually a link to his stream on Kick. So I went and started watching, and he actually told me that he's finished with cheating in TF2. And he's now playing Face at CSGO, where you literally can't cheat because the anti-cheat. And I thought that was really wholesome. I talked to him for a second, and he was like, it seems like he's reformed. He's no longer cheating, which is... Actually, we love to see it. We love to see it. So thank you, Grant. I saw a name drop you, but God bless you. Okay, back to the video. With that delightful dose of pettiness out the way, I do want to wrap things up when it comes to how mentally draining it is to play Spy. I touched on it briefly before, but I truly understand why Spy mains get so frustrated playing this class, because it is so reliant on so many factors you just cannot control. Oh, you got a single backstab on a sniper at the start of the round? Yeah, well, they're gonna swap to Pyro now and become your most dedicated hater by spy checking literally everything for the whole game. Yeah, unlucky. Or, you've been chasing someone for a while and are moments away from hitting the stab, but, no, they've turned around at the last frame, and you're now dead. That's tough, man. Or again, you're just trying to flank behind, but have come across 3 pyros who are all spreading their flame particles onto literally every surface of the map to ensure you can't make a single play. I'm sure you'll be fine. It's little moments like this which make Spy so infuriating to play, because I don't think any other class in the game gets this fucked over by random luck and chance. Because the nature of playing Spy is a binary in that you either get a stab or you don't, it makes getting caught out all that much more brutal, because it's not like the other class classes where you can have a close duel and emerge as the better player in, say, a soldier vs soldier matchup because you connected your rockets more accurately. No, you kinda just die if you get unlucky, and this is what started to weigh super heavily on my mental for the remainder of the challenge. I definitely think I was a major dumbass for picking Spy first out of all the classes to do a 100-day challenge with, because I am just of the belief that he is innately the most frustrating class to play, and that really began to take its toll on me as we got deeper and deeper into things. I'm definitely a little biased here and will notice similar moments when I choose to play other classes for extended periods of time, but for now, I can safely say that I understand why Spy mains get so toxic, because their class can feel like a bit of a gamble at times. Okay, now I've gone all that out the way, I can finally announce that I am done being a big ol' wah crybaby about Spy, and it's time we get back to the mission at hand, aka those final 500 kills on the Diamondback. As I mentioned earlier, the Diamondback is actually a weapon I'm considering to use in my final loadout, because it provides you with an insane level of damage output for just playing Spy how you're supposed to. I know I already mentioned this earlier in the video, but at this point of the challenge, I'm averaging at the very least like 2 stabs per life, which translates to 2 stored crits, and therefore gives me the additional ability to 2-shot 8 of the 9 classes on any given life. The additional level of offensive capability this weapon adds to Spy is genuinely scary, and whilst I was using it in this section, I found so many damn clips of me just laughing to myself at the utter bullshit this weapon can be to play against at times. Look at this clip from day 68 on Barmblitz, where I spot my friend who is on the enemy team, and yeah, it just look.
That's a weird.
There's a Diamondback crit, and there's a second one.
Well,
I just don't think there should ever exist a world in which I, as a Spy, am able to fire 2 bullets at the second healthiest class in the game from this distance and come out on top. It even felt like there was a noticeable uptick in angry messages I got when I was trying to get my final kills on the Diamondback. I mean, just look here on day 71 on altitude, where I got a quick stab on this soldier, meaning I can 2-shot this sniper, and then I mean, I guess he's not entirely wrong, but it's honestly wild just how many people despise this weapon, and after using it for so much of this challenge, I could definitely understand why. Anyway, on day 71 on Frontier, my beloved, I hit a flick shot that didn't even look like it hit the scout in all honesty, but that was apparently enough to get my 1000th kill, meaning I had officially gotten every single Spy weapon to at least 1,000 kills. We could finally tick off that goal we set over 70 days ago, and I'm not gonna lie, this felt fantastic. I had actually given every weapon a fair chance, and I can officially say that I have a pretty damn holistic understanding of Spy and his unlocks and all of their nuances now. Of course, I'm far from mastering any of these weapons, and knives like the Eurotunnel Reward and guns like the Ambassador do have a lot of untapped potential which would require tens of thousands of kills to unlock, but at the very least, I felt competent in my ability to select any loadout as Spy at this point, and I know I'd be able to do a good job for my team. Also, I hope it now makes sense as to why this section goes to a very awkward day 71 instead of 69, as it took a little extra time to get both my Diamondback and Enforcer to 1,000 kills, but it's whatever. Of course though, we're not done yet, and in fact, I think we're actually about to head into the most exciting part of the challenge now. There's no longer any restrictions over my head, I'm not forced to use particular weapons, like the Enforcer, and I can just use what I'm most comfortable with and get really, really good at it over the next 30 days. But we will discuss the loadout I ultimately decided on in the next section and explain some more things there. So for now, let's take a look at the numbers for this block of the challenge. I accumulated a total of 3,198 kills and died 1,395 times for a KD of 2.3, but we used so many different items in this block, so let's break it down further. From days 60 to 64, where I was still focusing on my backstabs, I had a KD of 2.39, which was really respectable. However, when I decided to exclusively use the Enforcer to farm kills as fast as possible, my KD actually jumped up even higher to 2.48, which just goes to show how insanely powerful the Deadringer and Spicicle synergy is when playing Gunspy. And finally, what was most surprising was when I swapped back to the Big Earner, Deadringer, and Diamondback on day 67, a loadout I had previously gotten a KD of 2.24 with back in days 30 to 39, I actually found my KD decreased to 2.15. I'm not sure if this was because I was focusing on gun kills more and therefore played worse, but I was actually shocked to see this, and it did mean I would have to spend a lot more time weighing up my final loadout for the challenge. My Spy time increased from 188 hours and 22 minutes to 208 hours and 52 minutes for a total of 20 hours and 30 minutes, which was slightly more than I officially needed for this block of the challenge, but I was still 12 hours behind where I needed to be, which I was going to have to chase for this final month. Overall, I was pretty drained at this point in the challenge. I was happy we'd finally ticked off all of Spy's weapons with the 1,000 kills, but this did mean I'd kinda lost a sense of direction for the challenge. Right now, all I had to focus on was getting to 280 hours and just trying to improve as much as possible, which isn't very tangible manageable and meant that measuring progress was going to be a bit more underwhelming now. This did daunt me slightly, but to be honest, a part of me was really looking forward to this final stretch of the challenge where I could just try and master Spy as much as possible. Using one loadout exclusively and just getting as good as I possibly can in the next 30 days was really, really appealing to me. Now don't get me wrong, it was going to be an uphill battle playing for more than 3 hours every day with the exact same loadout for a month, but it was going to be well and truly worth it because I was about to start pulling off some genuinely insane plays in this final stretch as everything came together. So, with every spy weapon out the way at this point, we were left with the true freedom to pick whatever we thought would be the most optimal loadout for this final leg of the challenge and get really, really good with it. I will admit though that a good loadout is pretty subjective, but the main two criteria I needed my weapons to satisfy here is 1, the ability to maximize my KD as much as possible, and 2, preferably some room for some flashy plays with it. Now, to reveal to you the greatest spy loadout ever concocted, it would probably make the most sense to go in order of how they appear in your loadout slots, but I actually want to shake things up here and go the other way around, starting with the Sapper. Now, admittedly, there really isn't competition here. Your two options are 1, the perfectly fine and reliable stock Sapper, or 2, the worst thing ever made by a human being that I hate. Oh my god, is it so stupid. So yeah, we went with the Sapper here. No surprises about that one. Next up in the loadout was actually a choice I didn't really expect at the start of this challenge, but wow, did the Dead Ringer really grow on me over the 70 days of playing Spy. I remember the first block I used it during days 20 to 29 of the challenge, and I absolutely despised it because it completely changed how I had to approach playing Spy, and I was by no means a fan of this playstyle initially. However, as I sunk more and more time into it, I realized just how powerful of an option it was with all the defensive utility and that speed boost in particular. It seriously opens up so many avenues for crazy plays that you could only dream of with the stock Invis watch, and I knew I had to take it with me for my final loadout. Now, this is where things start to get interesting, because these last two slots have had a lot of serious competition, and there were so many great candidates to choose from. Earlier in that last block of the challenge, I mentioned that I was really tossing up between the Big Earner and the Kunai. At this point, both of them stood at around 3,000 kills each, meaning I had given them both a pretty fair opportunity to learn some of their deeper complexities, and to be honest, I really was in love with both of them. With the Dead Ringer equipped, I knew I wanted to play aggressively and go for a lot of trick stabs, because I'd always have that get out of jail free card in my back pocket whenever I needed it. The question was though, which of these two options gave me a better chance of getting more kills, while simultaneously dying less to maximize my KD as much as possible. And as much as I love that speed boost on the Big Earner and all the crazy potential that opens up, I think deep down I knew the Kunai was exactly what I needed. Now don't get me wrong, I actually prefer the Big Earner and think it is a much more fun option to play around with, but its biggest issue is that 100 HP threshold, which just leaves you super vulnerable. Now I know, the Kunai has a base of 70 HP, but it only takes one stab for you to gain the tankiness of a soldier, which gives you so much more breathing room when it comes to either escaping if things are too hot, or choosing to play even more aggressive when you want to secure some stabs. And again, this isn't to say the Big Earner is bad. Its ability to gap close between stabs is unrivaled and makes for super flashy plays, but I just don't think that speed boost is anywhere near as consistent as the Kunai's overheal. Plus, one of the biggest things I wanted to hone in on in this last stretch of the challenge was improving my ability to trick stab my way through bigger groups of enemies, and having my health refreshed on every stab is a way more reliable buff to have compared to the speed boost. The Big Earner definitely would have put some work in, but the Kunai was just too alluring, and I think it is the better option when it comes to maximizing my KD. Now, the final option we had to choose here was our revolver, and again, there was a lot of competition to sift through. There were two options I wanted to cross out immediately though, and that was firstly the Enforcer, if I didn't make it obvious that I do not like this weapon throughout this video, and secondly the Ambassador, which I understand does have insane potential if you put in the time with it, but I don't think I was going to harness that in the remaining 30 days. This left us with three options: the stock revolver, the Lestrange, and the Diamondback. Now, this one is going to hurt, but I just knew I couldn't use the stock revolver. It's not a bad option, and when it comes to Gunspy specifically, it will always be my preferred choice, but this decision came because of my knife choice, the Kunai. I know I talked about this before, but if I'm ever at 70 HP, my odds of winning a duel with a revolver were really damn low. And on the flip side, if I had a nice overheal thanks to my Kunai, why would I go for a kill with my revolver when I have a lot more wiggle room to attempt more aggressive stabs? And it's actually this mindset which crossed off the Diamondback for me too, as even though I think it would definitely be a powerful option and could lead to a bunch of kills I wouldn't be able to secure otherwise, I still just know that if I'm ever overhealed after getting a stab, I'll just want to get more stabs to continue the chain. And I know this meant my revolver choice had to support my Kunai usage and not the other way around. So, with the power of deduction, this means I ultimately decided to go with the Lestrange. It's the only revolver choice that provides me with a passive buff, and this is majorly important if I'm using the Kunai. 40% more cloak duration extends the window I have to get into an optimal position once I use my Dead Ringer, and this again just gave me so much more breathing room to set up for a good play. Plus, something I really undervalued when making this choice is the cloak on hit the Lestrange Shrine rewards you with, which, holy shit, I really looked past how useful that is in conjunction with the Dead Ringer, but I'll talk about that more later on. So yeah, if you're looking at my loadout right now, you might be thinking, Elmaxo, you NPC, this is literally just the spy main loadout. And yeah, you're right. After sinking so much time into this dashing French fellow, I now understand why so many people gravitate towards this combination of weapons, because each individual part complements the other items so damn nicely. There's a reason spy mains froth over it, and given that my brain rot condition was worsening by the day, I think it was time for me to accept the reality that I too had become a spy main myself throughout this challenge. The good thing about this loadout is that I already had a bunch of experience with the kunai and Dead Ringer together, so there wasn't going to be much of an adjustment period, meaning I kind of just hit the ground running. The thing I found craziest about this block of the challenge was comparing my trick stabs from the beginning in the early days and seeing just how far they had come in around 3 months of practice. By far the biggest improvement I made overall was just how seamless my ability to hit a trick stab had become, and this applies to all the different variations. In the beginning, I felt as though I needed the perfect environment with an enemy walking directly towards me at a predictable speed if I wanted to have any hope of pulling something off like a Matador, but now, everything truly felt like second nature. One of the biggest reasons I insisted on using the kunai over the big earner was because I wanted to hit those crazy chain trick stabs that all the cool spy mains do in their YouTube montages, and after 70 days of practice, I was actually starting to hit them. Take a look here on day 90 of the challenge on Badwater, where, yeah, okay, to point out the elephant in the room, it is the warm-up time, but hey, it's still a pretty cool play. Anyway, I hit a Matador on this Pyro, miss a swing at first, but then secure a second Matador on the medic, and then yep, a third Matador on the sniper. I'll take a look here on day 73 on Borneo, where I start things off with a simple stab on this clueless soldier, but then take my time because I have the overheal to line up my movement with the sniper to get a Matador before getting a quick little reactive corner stab on the scout as I move past him. These were the exact type of plays I wanted to improve at over the 100 days of this challenge, and the fact I could now consistently throw myself at a bigger group of enemies and actually had a chance of coming out on top was a really nice sense of progress. I will admit that I didn't get any of those actually insane clips where it's like one spy versus a fucking zombie horde of enemies and they don't mess up a single trick stab and manage to circle strafe everyone, but that might take 500 days of playing spy to pull off, so I'm pretty happy with what I was able to achieve. Another big way in which my trick stabs had improved was with my ability to both improvise on the fly and predict my enemy's movement better. Because I collected so much experience on spy at this point, something like 200 hours or more, I had a repertoire of knowledge on all the different maps, matchups, and situations I had been in, and could use them to guide myself to the most optimal play in the present. Take this clip for example from day 89 on Badwater, where the scout activates my Dead Ringer, so I begin to run away, but notice he is following me. So rather than retreating like a coward, I hop up on this railing, wait a moment, and then jump over, correctly timing it to hit probably one of the most satisfying stair stabs I got in this entire challenge. We'll take a look here on day 85 on Borneo, where I get a quick stab on this soldier as I pass this pyro, and know he will be chasing me, so I go down the stairs, turn this corner, and mistime my stair stab on him, but I quickly readjust it as I land and strafe around him to secure a strafe stab instead. Being able to quickly adjust in the heat of the moment.
Ya vino mi mamá. Yo voy a cortar, creo. Bye.